multiple agencies including Delhi Police, Haryana Police, Punjab Police, Rajasthan Police have sought custody of him because of the various FIRs lodged against him in these states. But right now this is the prerogative of the central government to ensure that in the light of justice which agency gets custody of him, because once these custody is granted, the criminal proceedings against him will ensue, recording of statements will ensue, and investigation will be furthered. As I have already mentioned, there are around 18 cases that are registered against Anmol Bishnoi, and he is in links with the famed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. So this entire thing and the use of social media to threaten multiple high-profile Indians has come forth, and the smuggling cases that has been brought about, wherein he was providing aid, support and logistical support to smugglers bringing in weapons, drugs from across the border. So this entire thing will unfold, and NIA is the agency that has the custody currently, and he will be brought out of this case momentarily.
Right. All right, Ishan, I request you to stay on with us. We also have Chandrakala joining us live from outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Chandrakala, the plane has landed in just a short from now. He will be in NIA custody. Tell us what's happening around you. What are the measures? What is the preparation like as Anmol Bishnoi is brought to the NIA headquarters?
I think, yes, absolutely. I mean, we could see, we are right in front of the NIA headquarters right at this moment. Of course, the fact that more security officials are being deployed here just ahead of the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi, the very gangster who is involved in several other criminal cases, 18 cases, as my colleague has also mentioned, that not only in Delhi but across the entire different states, of course, Haryana, Punjab, Delhi for that matter. We know that along with him, there are two others who are in the most wanted list by the Punjab police. Now we know that apart from Haryana, Delhi, and Delhi police, he is also in the most wanted list of the NIA. Now, what we are learning that after he'll be brought in here at the National Investigation Agency, medical examination will take place, and after that he will be taken to the court. Of course, the fact that the Mumbai police has also requested for his extradition several times, and now the union government is to decide as to whom the custody will be given to, because we know that several other Haryana police has also sought for his custody. Delhi police is also, of course, in the list. Now we are given to learn that NIA will definitely be seeking remand as far as his custody is concerned. So yes, a very, very crucial development. The security has been completely briefed up here all across National Investigation Agency. The Delhi police team is also here. So yes, we are awaiting the arrival of this very gangster Anmol Bishnoi, whose extradition is taking place just after 1 year. And the last year, India has requested for his extradition, and right after that, of course, we know that the US State Department has taken up this matter, investigated the case, and of course, we know that in November 2024, he was detained by the US authorities for traveling with a fake passport, for that matter. We have already reported on that earlier, that he was traveling on a fake document, fake passport. Yes, so very, very important development. Well, as far as the proceedings are concerned, all eyes is on the legal proceedings which will take place after various, various process that will take place. And now we are awaiting for his arrival at the NIA, and after investigation and after his medical examinations are being conducted here at NIA, he will be produced in the evening at the Patiala court. Over to you.
Right. Chandrakala, what information do we have at this point in time about where he's going to be put up? Is he going to be lodged in Tihar, or is there a chance that he might be taken to Sabarmati jail, where his brother Lawrence Bishnoi is currently put up?
Yes, as we know that his brother, of course, Lawrence Bishnoi, is in the Sabarmati jail. But yes, there is no such clarification as to what could be the next step about his lodging, because, of course, it's on the center to decide as to where he will be taken to. But yes, now we are currently understanding that, of course, NIA will be seeking remand, seeking custody as far as the Anmol Bishnoi is concerned. And of course, after that, investigation will happen, and after he will be facing legal charges, of course, he'll be facing the law. But yes, there is no such clarity as to when, where he'll be taken to, or either it could be at Sabarmati jail or other places as well. It's on the center to decide as far as his custody is concerned.
All right. Chandrakala, I request you to stay on with me. Let's go back. All right, we'll come back to Ishan in just a short bit. Chandrakala, stay on with me. Keep talking to us and tell us about this larger network of the Bishnoi gang. We know that this is one crime gang that spans across 13 states, including Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, among many others. How is the NIA really looking into this investigation as far as the wider network is concerned, and a larger crackdown on Bishnoi gang members across the country?
Bishnoi gang has been making headlines as far as several criminal cases are concerned. Of course, we are also given to understand how Lawrence Bishnoi is related to this Khalistani separatist group, of course.
All right,
and the fact that
stay on with us. Stay on with us. On your screens now, viewers, the first and exclusive picture that is coming in on Republic TV over there. The NIA officials now have the custody of Anmol Bishnoi. That's still on your screens. This is the first and exclusive picture of Anmol Bishnoi from inside the airport, where the NIA has now officially taken over the custody. This is the latest that we are picking up. The flight has landed. The NIA has taken his custody. In just a short while from now, we expect live visuals of him being dragged out of that gate and then being taken to the Patiala House Court for the NIA to seek remand. Chandrakala, we are showing our viewers that first picture that Republic TV has accessed of gangster Anmol Bishnoi.
Right, a very crucial day for entire country, as we can see on the screen that Anmol Bishnoi is currently being brought in India. He has landed right now, and all eyes on, of course, the entire nation is waiting when he's being formally arrested by the NIA. He'll be brought to this headquarters. So yes, a very important development, because it's been a year that the Indian officials, the government team has been working effortlessly, of course, as far as this extradition of this fugitive is concerned. So yes, a very huge win for India right at this moment. All eyes on this very extradition that is taking place after a year of efforts.
Right. Chandrakala, stay on with me. Let's get our viewers more information. Joining us live is Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, who's live from the newsroom. Shravan, give us more information. We understand that this man, this fugitive, this gangster was absconding since 2022.
Well, in fact, these are the first images of Anmol Bishnoi after his landing here in the national capital following the deportation that has taken place from United States of America. National Investigation Agency, in fact, has also put out an official statement of taking him into custody. We are now being told that in a few moments from now, he'll be taken out from the IGI airport and taken to Patiala House Court, where he would be produced in the court for further remand. Remember, he's been on the run since 2022. In fact, in the year 2023, the National Investigation Agency had first filed a charge sheet against Anmol Bishnoi, naming him in a syndicate which was being run by him along with his brother Lawrence Bishnoi. Remember, Lawrence Bishnoi happens to be in the custody of the National Investigation Agency, currently lodged in Sabarmati jail. As far as Anmol Bishnoi is concerned, multiple cases have been registered against him, starting from the national capital, where we are given to understand the National Investigation Agency has been looking into an extortion racket that was being run by Anmol Bishnoi. Apart from that, in Mumbai, remember Salman Khan's case of the actor receiving threats from Lawrence Bishnoi, and the firing that has taken place outside Salman Khan's residence too. There too you have Anmol Bishnoi's name essentially emerging. The latest case, of course, being that part of the Mumbai crime branch, which is probing Baba Siddiqui's murder case, in which once again Anmol Bishnoi's name had basically surfaced. If we can once again go back full frame to the visuals of Anmol Bishnoi, who's just been brought back. These are the following details that we have with regards to the previous cases that have been registered against Anmol Bishnoi, who was charge sheeted by NIA in 2023. And the charge is that he has been working actively along with Goldie Brar as well as Lawrence Bishnoi, and has committed various terrorist activities starting from 2020 to about 2023, that from the time that he has been on the run. In fact, it was in the month of November. It was in the month of November that we are given to understand that he was taken into custody by the US authorities, and thereafter the National Investigation Agency was essentially informed about him being taken into custody, and thereafter the matter came up before the Justice Department, where we are given to understand that the National Investigation Team had also made a representation on behalf of the Indian government that he should be extradited. Now remember, he has been deported is what we are being told. We'll try and see if we can go across to our reporters on the ground. In fact, outside IGI airport is my colleague Ishan getting us the latest images from there. Ishan.
Yes, we are live here in front of IGI airport, and this is shown, and it is being shown that Lawrence Anmol Bishnoi will be brought out from behind me. The gate behind me is being tightened with a lot of security, and a lot of security measures have taken place to take Anmol Bishnoi back into custody of NIA. NIA team has taken custody of Anmol Bishnoi inside, and his handover process has taken place. I'll ask my video to show you the deployment of security personnel across, where CISF and Delhi police teams are working in coordination to show the visuals, to show the layers of security that has been provided to Anmol Bishnoi, and we will be bringing you all these live visuals from here. Anmol Bishnoi, NIA has launched a significant multi-year investigation into Lawrence Bishnoi's criminal syndicate, treating it as a major terror gangster nexus with international dimensions. This particularly relevant because currently the networks between Khalistani organizations and the Bishnoi gang had come forth, and he is one of the prime accused in murder of Sidhu Moosewala. The NIA registered its primary case against Bishnoi gang on 4th of August 2022 through Delhi Police's special cell, and formally took over the investigation in August of 2022. Under the UAPA, investigation has expanded into multiple charge sheet filings. The fifth charge sheet was filed in 2025, bringing the total number of charges against 22 accused individuals. There are 18 different cases registered against him currently. And all these 18 cases are across the nation, where multiple crimes have been registered against him, and now the primary focus is on the jurisdiction and the seeking of custody of Anmol Bishnoi by various agencies, because we already know that Delhi Police, Punjab Police, Haryana Police and Rajasthan Police have independently sought custody of Anmol Bishnoi, but it will be the prerogative of the central government to ensure, in the larger light of justice, to ensure that the proceedings take place lawfully. Back to studio.
Yeah. Ishan, you mentioned right. Ishan, you mentioned a multi-layered investigation, and that's exactly what I was coming to. Multiple police teams from across the country have independently sought investigation into the series of cases and FIRs that have now been filed against Anmol Bishnoi. What is it that we can, expect from the trial?
The trial is set to proceed before, first of all, the custody is granted to NIA. Now, NIA has made multiple UAPA allegations against Anmol Bishnoi, and the initial trial against him will be done under the UAPA Act. Once the UAPA Act has been invoked, the case becomes a centralized case, and most of the allegations that have been levied against him, from smuggling of arms and ammunition, the links to BKI and other provision of support to such organizations, will definitely come to light. Now, all this has to be determined by a central agency to how to proceed in this case. So the first step in all of this is the medical examination. So Anmol, after being brought out of the airport, will be taken for medical examinations. Once the medical examination is completed, thereafter he will be presented before a magistrate, and NIA will be seeking for remand. Once remand has been granted, thereafter the formal investigation and recording of Anmol's statements can begin. Once this has begun, the entire criminal proceedings and the entire criminal network may be unraveled, along with his 22 co-accused in this particular case of NIA. Back to you.
Right. Ishan, I also have Chandrakala joining us live. She's been reporting from the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Chandrakala, you know, this man has been absconding since 2022. If you can run our viewers through. All right. We'll come back to Chandrakala in just a short while. Ishan, I'd like to stay with you as you report live from outside the IGI airport. But in just a short while from now, we are expected to get those first visuals of live visuals of Anmol Bishnoi in the NIA custody. Ishan, you know, this man has been on the run since 2022. If you can give our viewers a sense of the timeline of the entire case between him fleeing India and the Indian agencies today, you know, building a watertight case against this gangster, which has ultimately led to a successful extradition.
Anmol Bishnoi used a fake passport in 2022 to flee India. We have been showing the visuals of the fake passports since morning, and the NIA investigation has established a critical connection between the Bishnoi gang and the prescribed Babbar Khalsa International, a terrorist organization. The charge sheet reveals that the gang and BKI had jointly conspired to spread terrorism across India through targeted killings, extortion, arms smuggling and drug trafficking. The investigation uncovered evidence that the syndicate coordinated with Pakistan-based BKI operatives, including Alvinder Singh, alias Rinda, and maintains connection between pro-Khalistani elements in Canada. The NIA's investigation also established a connection between weapons smuggling, explosives trafficking from Pakistan to India. The Bishnoi BKI nexus was allegedly responsible for the RPG attack on Punjab State Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali, which was carried out on the directions of Khalistani terrorists.
Right. Ishan, stay on with me. Let's, for those of our viewers who are just tuning in, let's give them a little bit of context. These are the live visuals that we are getting in from Delhi IGI airport. On the left of your screens is the first visual, the first picture of Anmol Bishnoi that Republic TV has exclusively accessed. He is now officially in NIA custody. His plane has landed. What we understand at this point of time is that at this moment, the immigration formalities are currently underway. And that gate that you see on the right of your screens is the gate from where we can expect the authorities to bring him out. He was absconding since 2022. He is the 19th accused to be arrested for his involvement in the terror syndicate led by his jailed brother, Lawrence Bishnoi. Ishan, I'd like to come back to you. This is more information that we are picking up about how extensive this Lawrence Bishnoi gang really is as far as their operations is concerned. He's the 19th accused to be arrested. How many more gang members are currently under the NIA radar is my next question to you, because he is sort of like the mastermind. He has been the prime accused in several of these cases. But I want to understand how the NIA is really, you know, expanding its probe as far as the crackdown on other gang members is concerned.
Absolutely. This is a very large gang that has been operating across India with impunity. There are approximately 700 shooters that are listed in this gang by the NIA in its charge sheet. Now, this charge sheet involves the this charge sheet shows the close nexus between drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, extortion and racketeering. All these crimes are punishable, and now the invocation of UAPA has brought about the involvement of the NIA. NIA took over the investigation in around 2022, and since then NIA has filed multiple charge sheets. This is the fifth charge sheet that was filed in October of 2025, which mentions 22 individuals of priority, of which 19 have already been arrested, Anmol Bishnoi being the 20th person, and 2 are still absconding. The remaining 2 are believed to be absconding since 2022 also. Now this particular charge sheet mentions around 700 member gang that has shooters across the nation, and they use this network to terrorize and threaten multiple people, and mostly important people. Now this BKI and Bishnoi gang nexus was key because it was the primary nexus that provided weapon smuggling, drug smuggling and trafficking, and they were trafficking weapons from Pakistan into India, and they were in close connect with Khalistani based BKI terrorists. Now this BKI terrorist group had ordered the Bishnoi gang to carry out an attack on the Mohali based state intelligence agency, and for which a rocket propelled grenade was smuggled in from Pakistan. And now NIA has taken custody of Bishnoi at T3 airport, and we'll be bringing you live visuals of him as he comes out of the VIP gate of T3 Indira Gandhi International Airport.
Sir. All right, live visuals coming in, and Ishan getting us all the latest updates from ground zero. That's Anmol Bishnoi being dragged back to India as he's arrested by the NIA. Live visuals coming in from the IGI airport, Indira Gandhi International Airport in the national capital. Fugitive Anmol has been dragged back, and he will be facing trial here in the country as he faces multiple charges, serious charges against him. And NIA bringing back Anmol Bishnoi. Ishan continues to be with us. Ishan, for the benefit of our viewers, just take us through what accusations and what charges will be faced by Anmol Bishnoi. How this case is going to be has been built so far by the NIA?
See, the primary case against Bishnoi was built out by the NIA in 2022. The investigation was taken under the UAPA Act, that is the Prevention of Unlawful Activities Act. Now this investigation expanded into multiple charge sheet filings accusing 22 individuals. 18 have already been arrested, and the 19th is Anmol, who is being arrested now. So the only 3 remain absconding now. This nexus between the terror outfit BKI and the Bishnoi gang was brought out by the investigation done by the NIA. The use of drug money and targeted killings was used as a tool to spread terror across India. Now this brought the Bishnoi gang under the terror lens, and that is how Indian agencies NIA brought forth multiple charges and persuaded its counterparts in the United States to extradite Bishnoi back to India. The United States, under the Trump administration, has a very different prerogative to deportation of illegal immigrants, and when Bishnoi was arrested in California by the Homeland Security agencies, it was because of visa norms violation, because Bishnoi had travelled from India to United States under a false passport using false pretenses, and thereafter using these false passport and pretenses he was arrested in California and thereafter put under house arrest and ankle monitoring for about 1 year. This caused a lot of then the agencies in India and the United States started coordinating, and this coordination brought about the extradition of Anmol Bishnoi back to India along with 199 other individuals. Now these other individuals, 2 are criminals from Punjab, wanted by the Punjab police in drug smuggling and racketeering cases, and the other 197 individuals are people who had used falsified documents to travel into the United States. Now all these 200 people are being brought back on the same plane where NIA has taken custody of Anmol Bishnoi inside the T3 airport and will be bringing him out of this gate in a short while.
All right, so that is, those are the details. Anmol Bishnoi being extradited to India. He is the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, remember. And he's wanted in several criminal cases, as Ishan was pointing out. That includes the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui. And he's now extradited from the United States following a request from the Indian authorities. It's a big win for the Indian agencies, of course. And now he's all set to arrive in New Delhi. And Republic TV is getting you that live input from the IGI airport. He will be, in fact, coming along with 199 deportees that have been sent back by the Trump administration, and a flight carrying Anmol Bishnoi and 2 fugitives wanted by the Punjab police and other deputies have already departed from the United States. So New Delhi, of course, is waiting for Anmol Bishnoi's arrival, and he will be, of course, tried. He will be tried here. He will be produced in the Patiala House Court as NIA will be granted. He is in, of course, he is in NIA custody, as you can see. He is with the 2 NIA officials. That's the first photograph of Anmol Bishnoi in NIA custody. As you can see, he has been arrested and extradited to India. He faces multiple terror cases against him related to terror cases. He has been charged by NIA for aiding gangster Goldie Broad as well. And all right, I think we are getting in live visuals. Live visuals coming in right now from the Delhi airport. I think there's a glitch in the network, but we were just getting some movement. I think there was some movement we reported from the airport. The most wanted has been deported, and I think we will be getting some live scenes from the airport, as I can see that there is some movement. I think Ishan is moving. Ishan, if you can just tell us what are you witnessing right now? Is there any movement? Ishan. All right, I think we have disconnected. I think the call has been disconnected. We'll try and reconnect with Ishan, but I think there is some movement. Perhaps that's why the camera has also moved. These are live visuals coming in. So this is, of course, a big win for the agencies after Tahav Rana, the 2611 conspirator, the terrorist that has been brought back months ago. Now, the gangster Anmol Bishnoi, one of the most wanted, has been brought back to India. And we just got you the first picture of Anmol Bishnoi as well. And we're going to get you the first pictures of him arriving at the airport as well. So the NIA will be demanding custody from the court. Ishan, tell us more. What are you right now witnessing at the airport?
We just received information that he might be brought out of gate number 6 of Terminal 3 arrival. We were all initially informed that he would be brought out of the special entry gate that is behind the Terminal 3. Now we have just been informed that, he will be brought out of gate number 6 of the Terminal 3 airport. We are tracking the frame continuously, wherein it will be seen that he will be brought out of this gate shortly. The accused had been, the NIA conducted a coordinated raids against this gang, and multiple cases have been registered in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Chandigarh. Seizing of illegal weapons has been done. Now the culmination of the case comes as Anmol Bishnoi is brought back to India to face justice.
Absolutely. Brother of jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and Anmol Bishnoi are all set to arrive from gate number 6, as the information that Ishan was getting to us. The main accused in the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, deported from the United States. Remember, he's accused of, in the case related to the firing outside Salman Khan's residence as well. He'll be taken to Delhi's Patiala House Court, and he'll be then formally arrested by the NIA. He hails from Fazilka in Punjab and is among the 200 Indian nationals who have been sent back from the United States. He is the younger brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, and he has around 18 cases pending against him across the country. And agencies are also focusing on his alleged role in the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala in 2022 as well. And of course, NCP leader Baba Siddiqui Siddiqui's killing in 2024. So Anmol is suspected to having fled on a fake passport after Moosewala's killing in 2022. And his asylum application was turned down by a court last week. He was arrested last year in the United States, so that was a big success already. The road was being cleared for his extradition as he was arrested last year in the United States. And also, asylum application was turned down by a court last week in US, and then he was arrested for traveling with fake documents. And now India formally requested Anmol's extradition in January last year after the NIA filed a charge sheet against him in 2023. And the NIA also alleged that he assisted another wanted gangster, Goldie Brar. So he's a close aide of Goldie Brar as well, along with his brother Lawrence Bishnoi, in terror-related activities between 2020 and 2023. And live visuals right now coming in from the Delhi International Airport, the IGI airport, gate number 6, where Anmol Bishnoi is expected to arrive from. And this is the fugitive Anmol, the gangster who's facing multiple charges on accounts of terror as well, is a key accused in the killing of and the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui as well. He has been absconding since 2022, so it's a big achievement for the Indian agencies, viewers. Anmol being extradited to India. He is the 19th accused. In fact, he's to be arrested for his involvement in terror syndicate led by his jailed brother Lawrence Bishnoi. So in that syndicate, and there have been multiple arrests. He's the 19th of them. And this is a big achievement. And of course, he has been charge-sheeted by the NIA 2 years back in March 2023 after investigations in the case had established that he had actively aided designated individual terrorist Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi in the commission of various acts of terrorism in the country for the period of 3 years, that is 2020 to 2023. So he is in fact facing more than 18 cases across India, from Rajasthan, Haryana, in Mumbai, of course. There are many states that have registered case against this man called Anmol Bishnoi. He's also facing charge. He's also one of the accused in the Sidhu Moosewala murder, and he will be now facing trial in several of those cases. Extradition, very important. It's a very important step and an important sign of progress, if you can see, for him to face justice, to be brought to justice. Immigration formalities being carried out as we speak, and they have been completed, we are told. His immigration formalities have been completed, and anytime now, Anmol Bishnoi, wanted in multiple terror cases, will be exiting the airport and will be going straight to Patiala House Court. Ishan continues to get us more live updates. Any more information that you're getting for us, Ishan, from the airport, as everybody has their eyes on at gate number 6?
We all are awaiting the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi from gate number 6 at Delhi airport. However, he has not yet come out. We have information that NIA has taken custody of him inside the airport, and once the NIA has taken custody of him, he will be charged under multiple charge sheets. The NIA had conducted a coordinated multi-state raids to seize his assets in 2024. The agency has been keeping close eyes on his operations from across 32 locations in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Chandigarh, seizing illegal weapons, ammunition, explosive, digital devices, incriminating documents. In January 2025, NIA attached 4 properties owned by the gang member across Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, valued, and proceeds from the terrorism used to plan conspiracies, extortion rackets, and spreading of terror through use of social media and other methods are the primary charges that are being leveled against it. The high-profile cases under the NIA investigation is the Baba Siddiqui murder case. The gang had claimed responsibility of the same in 12th October 2024. After that, the Salman Khan case, where the actor Salman Khan was started to being threatened in 2018, and there was a shooting outside his residence in 2024. The Sidhu Moosewala murder, the gang was responsible for the May 2022 killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, which is in a central case in the NIA's investigation. Now the Sidhu Moosewala case was the prime impetus for the NIA to start the extradition proceedings against Anmol Bishnoi. The 18 cases involve organized crime, extortion, targeted killings, conspiracy. The Baba Siddiqui murder case. Lawrence Bishnoi was the chief of the gang and oversaw as coordinator. He allegedly directed international operations from abroad using encrypted communications via platforms like Snapchat with shooters and provide logistical support to criminal activities. He has now been involved in the NIA's most wanted list, and he had a bounty on his head for around 10 lakh rupees. The NIA specifically targeted the gang's infrastructure for international operations in May 2025, and the agency arrested Rahul Sarkar, who was running the Bishnoi gang's passport module, arranging for forged travel documents for gang members seeking to flee India after committing crime. Shankar was charged in October 2025 as the 22nd accused, with evidence growing and show the facilitation of escape of high-profile gang members, including Sachin Tirpan Bishnoi, allegedly responsible for actually shooting Sidhu Moosewala. In a significant development in September 2025, Canada designated the Bishnoi gang as a terror entity under its criminal code, marking the formal international recognition of the gang's terror activities.
Yep.
This enables asset freezing of the criminal prosecution of the Canadian affiliates.
Right.
Back
Many
to
thanks,
studio.
Ishan, for joining us. We will keep coming back to you as the frame that is coming in right now. We're soon likely to see Anmol Bishnoi being taken out and straight to the Patiala court. We will be coming back to you, but right now, viewers, we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you, the crackdown that is underway in Jammu now. The Counter-Intelligence Unit of Jammu Kashmir Police raided the high-security Kot Balwal Central Jail. It's home to hardcore Pakistani terrorists. Here's more in that.
The high-security Kot Balwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the Counter-Intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The Counter-Intelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the Central Jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Poonch district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway, in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to inaugurate the South India Natural Farming Summit in Coimbatore of Tamil Nadu today. The purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practice propagated by the organic farmer, late Nammalvar, to the world. 5,000 farmers are expected to attend the summit. Fire broke out at a hotel in Collector Ganj area earlier today. Fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties reported. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district, also announcing an orange alert for several areas of the Tirunelveli district. Weather agency says that the low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. Ministry of External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applies for a new passport or renewed one on or after the 28th of May 2025 will receive an e-passport. Moscow and Naypyidaw have now concluded their third joint naval drill, Marumex 2025. The exercise will strengthen Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widen its reach into the Indian Ocean. Here's more.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilava port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilava port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the Asian nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
Time for a short break. We're on the other side. We'll get you the update in the Pune land scam. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in the 300 crore rupee Pune land deal report.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level.
infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we're tracking for you. On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back on Indian soil. Hearing at Patiala House Court next. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sales of the French Rafale aircraft. "272 signatories write an open letter to Rahul Gandhi's tarnish campaign on the Election Commission. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans, part of the signatories. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor impact. Meeting at PMO concludes. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in 300 crore rupee Pune land deal report. Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with E. Palaniswamy in Coimbatore. Crucial talks ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Now, the authorities are probing videos linked to terrorist Umar Nabi after 4 clips were reportedly extracted from a mobile phone said to belong to him, who has been handed over to the NIA. Now, according to investigative details, Umar Nabi allegedly gave the phone to his brother during a visit to Srinagar, and he later instructed him to dispose it in a drain near their house. Now, Umar's brother was subsequently arrested on the night of the Delhi blast, with investigators claiming that the phone was dumped following Umar's instructions as part of efforts to conceal evidence. So that's the latest input that we're getting in as far as this 10-11 conspiracy is concerned. Umar Nabi's brother, remember, his brother, his mother and father have also been interrogated. Shambhavi joins us live on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, well, of course, it's a key, it's a very important information that we're getting in. Videos have also been recovered that have been now handed over to NIA for investigation. Any idea what these videos are about?
Well, yes, this is in addition to already available videos that the investigating agencies have got their hands on. This new person, the person, Umar's brother, who was arrested the night of the blast, he has come up even previously. His name has come up previously because he was the one who was in contact with the cross-border handlers and was constantly getting directions for Umar and the terrorist doctor module from Pakistan itself. And this video could be regarding the surveillance videos, because previously there was information that these people were sending surveillance videos of several places from Delhi as well as other parts of the country what were the places that were on their target list. So this could be about that, because there was constant communication between this terrorist doctor module, between Umar, Shaheen and several cross-border handlers from where they used to get direction about where to carry the blast, what timing should be set and in what way. Like there were cars which were designated vehicles, explosive laden vehicles which would be used. So there is a strong possibility that could be either the surveillance videos of other places that were on their list, or it could also be new information about how they were actually consolidating the IEDs or the explosive that they were planning on making, because just day before yesterday, Danish, this technical backbone of this system was being interrogated, and he has come up, this new person Danish has come up, and he's been also sent to 10-day of NIA custody. So this could be about the process, because this man was involved in trying and doing test run for the drones that they could use for surveillance and also for other purposes. He also attempted to make a rocket before the blast, before the Red Fort blast. So these are the possible angles that those videos could entail. Back to you.
And since you're also at the Al-Falah University, the chairperson has also been arrested. There are multiple raids that have been conducted at the Al-Falah. The funding, especially under scanner, the ED has recovered the whole money trail. How there was this, there were crores and crores of money that were in fact being raised, and there are multiple questions that if it was being used for this very terror lab, this very terror module, what are you picking up on that front?
Definitely, on the front of the funds that the Al-Falah got from what were the sources of it. So now we know that around 450 crores was the amount that Al-Falah University and particularly Javed Siddiqui has laundered through different sources, and also by false accreditation claims. They used to get students to study here on the basis of false accreditation claims. Republic has broke this story just a few days ago. We've also shown their forms of Al-Falah University, where it is very clearly and boldly written that Al-Falah University accredited by NAAC, which is absolutely false. NAAC has also issued a show cause notice to the university that they have to give them a reason why shouldn't their license or their registration be cancelled, and has also appealed to the government to cancel every affiliation with the university itself. So funding has been a point that has been a very crucial point for this trail.
Many thanks, Shambhavi, joining us with those details coming in. We'll coming back to you for more inputs on that 10-11 conspiracy case that we're closely tracking now. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has meanwhile questioned the agencies over the continuing violence in the region, now remarking He said that while blasts are avoided in Delhi, similar tragedies persist in Jammu Kashmir, costing innocent lives. He said that the Union Territory has witnessed decades of bloodshed and recalled assurances given in 2019 that such incidents would end. So he said that the centre had indicated that there will be that terror is being wiped out, that there will be no terror attacks, and he is raking this up in light of the 10/11 attack at the Red Fort. Listen in.
मौजूदा हालात के बारे में हम क्या कहें ना, अगर दिल्ली में नहीं फट रहा है तो यहाँ पे फट रहा है। बेगुनाह लोग जो हैं वो अपनी जानें गंवा रहे हैं। कल मैं 5 जगहों पे गया ताज़ियत के लिए, आज 2 और जगह जा रहा हूँ। आखिरकार हम तो चाहते हैं कि कभी ना कभी ये सिलसिला रुके। 30-35 साल में जम्मू कश्मीर ने, बिलखसूस कश्मीर ने बहुत खून खराबा देखा है। हमें तो कहा गया था कि बस अब नहीं होगा, कि 2019 के बाद अब ये सारा सिलसिला बंद हो जाएगा, लेकिन नहीं हुआ। अब क्यों नहीं हुआ, ये आपको उन लोगों से पूछना होगा जो हमारे सिक्योरिटी के जिम्मेदार हैं। वो जिम्मेदारी हमारे हाथ में है नहीं।
Now, a major crackdown is underway in Jammu. The counter-intelligence unit of Jammu Kashmir Police raided the high-security Kot Bhalwal Central Jail that's home to hardcore terrorists. Here's more on that.
The high-security Kot Bhalwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the counter-intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The counterintelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, as well as this is the 4th set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Poonch district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
Now, a 3-member committee headed by Joint Inspector General of Registration Rajendra Muthe has submitted its report on the controversial 300 crore rupee Pune land deal involving a firm co-owned by Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. The committee indicted the 3 individuals already named in the related police FIR, but did not mention Parth as his name did not appear on any of the documents reviewed. Now, why is Parth Pawar not named? That's the biggest question. Is he being shielded? We ask on Republic TV. In fact, social activist Anjali Damania has alleged that Ajit Pawar is shielding his son Parth Pawar in this major Pune land deal scam.
देखिए, उस प्रकरण में एक कमेटी गठित की थी। उस कमेटी के अंतर्गत यहाँ पर पूरी जांच हो गई है। जांच के जो कमेटी थी उनका अगर आप रिकॉर्ड देखोगे तो वो लोग आज तक ब्यूरोक्रेसी में निष्कलंक लोग, निष्पक्ष लोग हैं, जिन्होंने आज तक जहाँ भी जॉब किया है किसी पार्टी के लिए नहीं तो जनता के लिए, जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी के नियमों के अधीन रहकर वहाँ पर उन्होंने काम किया है। अभी ये जो मतलब जो लोग आरोप कर रहे हैं वो खाली राजनीति के फायदे के लिए, अभी यहाँ पर लोकल बॉडी का इलेक्शन चल रहा है उसके लिए ये आरोप कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इनके आरोप जानबूझकर अजीत दादा को डैमेज करने के लिए आरोप है। अजीत दादा ने खुद कमेटी बिठाई थी, कमेटी में कोई भी निष्पक्ष की तरीके से जांच हो गया, ऐसा दादा ने खुद बोला था।
लेकिन जिस तरह से एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, अभी कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट आई उसमें भी नाम नहीं है, तो लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि आखिर अजीत पवार, क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम है।
देखिए, जो लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन्होंने अगर ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स पढ़े होते, कायदा कानून समझ में आता, तो ये लोग इस तरीके से बात नहीं करते। क्योंकि पावर ऑफ अटर्नी उस कंपनी की दूसरे बंदे को दिया, उसने पूरा व्यवहार किया। जिसके पास पावर ऑफ अटर्नी होती है उसके ऊपर जो भी कंपनी का नुकसान हो, फायदा हो, वो देखता है। अगर वो कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर ये हुआ है, तो जो मेन पर्सन है उसके ऊपर कभी, मतलब कायदे के अंतर्गत वो कभी उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होती। वो लोग जानबूझकर खाली पवार सरनेम देखकर उनको कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट करना है, लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन में उनको अजीत दादा को डैमेज करना है। इसके लिए ये सब सुपारीबाज लोग अजीत दादा के ऊपर आरोप कर रहे हैं।
कई डॉक्यूमेंट आए हैं जिसमें पार्थ का सिग्नेचर है।
देखिए, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, कंपनी का ओनर होना और कंपनी के ओनर होने के बावजूद पावर ऑफ अटर्नी दूसरे को देना, व्यवहार करने के लिए पूरा छूट उसको देना, तो व्यवहार के लिए जिम्मेदार पूरा वो व्यक्ति होता है। उसी कारण उनका नाम उसमें नहीं है। बट अभी उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी चल रही है। इंक्वायरी के बाद जो भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स, जो भी रिपोर्ट सामने आएगा, उसके बाद उसके ऊपर टिप्पणी करना उचित रहेगा। आगे इंक्वायरी के चलते समय बात करेंगे तो लोगों को लगेगा कि ये लोग मतलब अलग बात कर रहे हैं। अभी इंक्वायरी चलते समय हम जैसे चुप है, उन लोगों को भी चुप रहना चाहिए। क्योंकि सिस्टम के ऊपर भरोसा रखो। उनको ना सिस्टम के ऊपर भरोसा है, ना पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा है, ना न्यायालय के ऊपर भरोसा है। वो खुद ही फिरियादी बन रहे, वो खुद ही इंक्वायरी अधिकारी बन रहे, वो खुद ही जज बन रहे। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि उनको पता है ऐसा करोगे तो ही पब्लिसिटी मिलेगी, और अजीत दादा को डैमेज करोगे तो ही बख्शिश मिलेगा। डैमेज करने का उनको बख्शिश मिलने वाला है। बख्शिश के लिए यह सब उनका चल रहा है। उनको भी मालूम है आज दादा की ताकत, दादा की पॉपुलैरिटी महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ रही है। उसी कारण कुछ लोग ऐसे मोहरे सामने करके अजीत दादा को डैमेज करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
आपके पूरे बातों से लग रहा है कि पूरा निर्दोष बता रहे हैं पार्थ पवार को।
मैं अपनी बातों से नहीं बन रहा हूं, मैं डॉक्यूमेंट्स के आधार पे बोल रहा हूं। अभी रिपोर्ट के बाद जो आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स, तो झूठ नहीं बोलेंगे, डॉक्यूमेंट्स के आधार पर हम लोग बोल रहे हैं। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद आपको भी पता चलेगा। रिपोर्ट आने तक शांति से रहिए। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद सबको पता चलेगा कि पार्थ दादा पवार इसमें पूरी तरह से निर्दोष है।
Meanwhile, social activist Anjali Damania has alleged that Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is shielding his son in this major land deal scam, claiming that Parth's name was deliberately left out of the FIR and investigation report, despite his company, Amadia Enterprises LLP, playing a central role, and says that the panel only included him in certain parts due to political pressure, demanding Ajit Pawar's resignation and a thorough probe. Listen in to this exclusive conversation my colleague Satya Prakash had with Anjali Damania.
The Maharashtra government has very tactfully tried to save its alliance partner, that is the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, to ensure that Ajit Pawar's son is not implicated in this matter. It is a clear, open and shut case where Parth Ajit Pawar's company, Amadia LLP, has not once but twice made application for waiver of stamp duty. First, it was the adjudication which was filed before the competent authority, and that authority had ruled that they had to pay a certain amount of stamp duty. And there, in that document, which I can share with Republic Channel, it clearly shows that it was Amadia Enterprises LLP which has actually filed or made that application for adjudication. But as we all know, Maharashtra government needs Ajit Pawar time and again. And right now, for the Maharashtra government to stay in power, they need Mr. Ajit Pawar, and to shield his son. There are n number of things that are being done, but I will fight and ensure that justice is done. If any normal robber does a small robbery of 10,000, he goes behind bars, but these people like Ajit Pawar and his son seem to get away with absolutely everything. Ajit Pawar's son has actually taken over government land which is valued at 1804 crore. A, he took it for 300 crore. B, he has done documentation which is an entirely forged documentation. And within the next 1 hour, I will be taking a press conference and showing on the extent to which Amedia Enterprises had gone to expose the whole thing, and this is going to be really cracking.
हम कहेंगे दबाव की वजह से अजीत पवार के दबाव.
There is no doubt that Ajit Pawar is creating huge pressure on this government, and this will be clearly evident from the facts which I will be putting out in my press conference.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, when Republic earlier confronted Ajit Pawar on his son's involvement, here's what he had to say.
आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया. तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से. सर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया. तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से.
That was the first confrontation, and after that, my colleague Meenakshi also confronted Ajit Pawar just a little over a week ago. Listen into what he told her.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया, क्या मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया, क्या मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया, क्या मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
All right, shifting focus now. Air India urgently sought government support and participated in this high-level meeting at the Prime Minister's office to push its proposal for using Chinese airspace amid mounting operational losses. Now, the airline has asked for a 4,000 crore rupee subsidy, becoming the only carrier to seek financial relief after Pakistan's airspace closure. Air India says that the post-Pahalgam terror attack, detours around Pakistan have caused massive fuel and crew time losses. My colleague Harsha, tracking the civil aviation sector very closely, joins us on the broadcast. Tell us more what really transpired in this meeting. The demand is continuing, but what is the stand of the government, Harsha, on this?
Right now, Rakshita, what we learned so far is that the high-profile meeting which took place at the PMO, where the stakeholders like the Airport Authority of India chairman and the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, and the Secretary Sameer Sinha from MOCA and Joint Secretary as well, they all participated in this meeting, which went on for half an hour. The meeting, which started at 11:30, got concluded at 12 o'clock. But this was a very important meeting, and this could be seen as the second round of meeting because Air India is continuously lobbying the Indian government and seeking the request and also seeking their approval for the 4,000 crore rupees subsidy. The first round of meeting where we confronted Campbell Wilson, the CEO of Air India, at that time that was the first round of meeting with a presentation from Air India, where they stated that rupees 4,000 crore subsidy and also the approval to use the China's military airspace zone should be allowed to Air India. In addition, so that their maintenance, fuel cost and other costs could be reduced. And this was the second meeting in the PMO. And also Air India is continuously lobbying the Indian government to seek such support, rupees 4,000 crore. And again in their PPT, they have time and again mentioned that it's a huge loss because after Pahalgam terror attack, after that the Pakistan airspace is closed, no flight is allowed, and the certain diversion is happening towards the North America, UK and the other zone flights, and that is the reason fuel cost is continuously increasing, and to reduce that they want 4,000 crore subsidy. Clearly this is not stopped. After the time we confronted Campbell Wilson, from that time to till now, in fact MOCA officials and also the regulatory body officials and the Airport Authority of India officials are pushing continuously government officials to approve this proposal of Air India of their subsidy request. This is bizarre and astonishing because clearly monetary interest of Air India is much high than the national interest. Rakshita, back to you.
Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with those details coming in. We'll keep a close eye on the developments on that meeting. Viewers, meanwhile, let's take a quick look at some other stories making news. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to inaugurate the South Indian Natural Farming Summit at Coimbatore of Tamil Nadu today. The purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practice propagated by the organic farmer late Namalwar to the world. 5,000 farmers are expected to attend the summit. A fire broke out at a hotel in Collector Ganj area today in Uttar Pradesh. Fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties reported. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district. IMD has also announced an orange alert for several areas of Tirunelveli district, where the agency said the low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. The Ministry of External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applied for a new passport or renewed one on or after 28th of May 2025 will receive an e-passport. And yet again, China's disinformation campaign against Rafales has come to light, viewers. This time it's courtesy a US report. We'll tell you more about that on the other side of this very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. China using fake AI images to hinder the sales of French Rafale aircraft. Details on the other side. And 272 signatories write open letter against Rahul Gandhi's attempt to tarnish, what they call attempt to tarnish the ECI's image. Judges, ambassadors, veterans, part of signatories.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and
Today, no matter which part of the world you live in, India looms large on the global horizon. And that is true whether you are discussing energy or you are in technology. The transformation that is taking place in the world, India is part of that. Today, you're talking about being a $40 trillion economy. Today, no one is questioning that you will be the third largest economy. I've never heard anybody question that.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified mall.
On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to Indian soil. Hearing at the Patiala House Court shortly. Next. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sales of the Rafale aircraft. 272 signatories write an open letter against Rahul Gandhi's tarnished campaign on the Election Commission of India. Former judges, ambassadors and veterans part of the signatories. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupee subsidy from government for Operation Sindoor. Impact meeting at the Prime Minister office concludes. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in 300 crore rupee Pune land deal report. Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with E. Palaniswamy in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on polls also on the cards. Now, a U.S. congressional advisory body reported that China ran a grey zone disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor against the Rafale aircraft using fake accounts and AI-generated images so as to cast doubts on Rafale fighter jets, and also promotes its own J-35 fighter jets. Now, China initiated this disinformation campaign to hinder the sales of Rafale. And as per the U.S. Review Commission report, and viewers, let us not forget that even the French intelligence officials, the French Defense Ministry had also in the past, back in July, highlighted how China was attempting to carry out this disinformation campaign. And now the U.S. Review Commission report has reinstated that. In fact, they have gone out to give details how they have used fake imagery. They have used AI, or rather misused AI, to show how China destroyed these planes. And remember, after Operation Sindoor, there has been a demand. There has been a demand for BrahMos, there has been a demand for the Akash missile system, but also France, the French Rafale has also been in demand. And we all know about how Congress has been at the forefront of peddling the Rafale lies. Ishan joins us on the phone line for more. Ishan, well, of course, this has been a disinformation campaign that has been going on for a long time. Earlier, French Defense Ministry had also pointed this out, and now this U.S. report is also exposing this entire malicious campaign.
Absolutely. This entire campaign that has been propagated by China and Pakistan, wherein they have purported the downing of Rafales by Pakistani Air Force, has been brought full circle, wherein it is being shown in this US report that none of the Rafales were downed, and this was a coordinated propaganda campaign from the Chinese side, and showing the JF-17 Thunder aircraft and the J-10 and J-35 aircraft of China as superior aircrafts. However, this cannot be further from the truth, and it has been shown that none of the Rafale aircraft that Pakistan had purported to have been downed, and only Pakistani aircraft were shot down. This report of the United States Senate exonerates all these claims, wherein it was being shown that Pakistan had downed so many and the doubts were being cast. Now it has come clear and full circle that none of the Pakistani weapons, the Chinese supplied Pakistani weapons, were able to counter the Indian narrative, and now this narrative is being set right. And this particular report shows how the coordinated social media campaign was being run out of Pakistan and China, showing the downing using AI generated images and images of drones and other debris being purported as Rafale aircraft. Now it has come full circle, wherein it has been made very clear that no Rafale aircraft of the Indian Air Force were down during the operations.
In fact, even the French officials, the French ministry also had earlier in July, pointed out, Ishan, that the Chinese officials, they were using their embassies in their meetings with other countries, their representatives of other countries as well. They were trying to push the same narrative so as to discourage them, in striking deals with France. And France has said that they got to know by the representatives of those countries who China was talking to, and in fact, somehow discouraging them from striking deals for Rafale, and saying that this is a jet that doesn't really work, and they presented this as a fake case study.
Absolutely. They used the Sindoor operation and these fake generated AI images of downing of Rafale aircraft through their embassies to other prospective buyers of the Rafale aircraft, showing that this Rafale aircraft is not a good aircraft, and this was downed by the Pakistani missile, and which were supplied by China itself. Now we can see that this is a fake narrative that was being pushed through embassies of China throughout the world, and this was part of their wolf warrior diplomacy, wherein they would show that only Chinese material is the best, but this cannot be further from the truth. In terms of weapons technology, the Dassault Aviation's Rafale aircraft is amongst the best aircraft in the globe, and is now in the Indian Air Force's arsenal, wherein we are now further buying 114 Rafale jets from Dassault Aviation. the deal is under consideration with DAC, and MMRCA will get approval for the same in the coming months and years. Now, this shows the confidence of the Indian government and Air Force in this particular platform, so that such a large order is being placed with the Dassault Aviation company. Now, this deal is not yet finalized, it is still in the negotiation, but the fact that even if Dassault is being considered for such a deal shows the confidence of the Indian Air Force and other branches of the Indian government in this particular platform. Now, this fake propaganda that was spread by Pakistan and China regarding the downing of Rafale aircraft by Chinese missiles has come to bear, and now even the United States has accepted that none of the Rafales were downed, and this was a fake propaganda campaign being run by China through its embassies and through Pakistani
Of course,
handles.
there's a race, of course, amongst all the countries, from US, of course, trying to, very hard to push its own F-35s as well, and so same for the other countries, and that's why we see that now China is facing this backfiring from different countries. Thank you so much, Ishan, for joining us with details coming in on that story now. Meanwhile, we were shifting focus to the other updates from across the globe. Moscow and Naypyidaw have now concluded their third joint naval drill, the Maromex 2025. Now, this exercise strengthens Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widening its reach into the Indian Ocean. Here's more on that.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilawa port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilawa port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the ASEAN nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
And we have some breaking news coming in from Karnataka viewers. It's a broad daylight multi-crore robbery that has happened in Bengaluru. It's a big update coming in. A major robbery taken place involving an ATM cash loading vehicle near Ashoka Pillar in the city. Now, this is the video of the van. The vehicle belonged to CMS company that transports cash from the it was transporting cash this time from JP Nagar HDFC Bank. Now, robbers arrived in an Innova car and intercepted the CMS vehicle. Claiming to be central tax officers, they stopped the vehicle and said they needed to verify documents. And during this, the robbers made the CMS staff sit inside the Innova car along with the cash. They drove them up to Dairy Circle, dropping the CMS staff there, and escaped with the money. South Division Police have launched a hunt to track down the accused. So this is a daylight ATM van loot. You can see that number plate as well, that is right now running onto your screens. Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast from more. Abhishek, well, it's a broad daylight robbery and this is an ATM van that is being looted. It speaks volumes about safety in this metro city. Tell us more details, please. How did this happen?
Akshita, this looks like a very planned event by a group of persons who very clearly knew that the ATM man is going to bring cash from one of the branches and it will be taken over to another branch. And at this point of time, when the ATM man, which belongs to the company CMS, was moving in front of the Ashoka Pillar, which is located in South End or Jainagar, Innova very clearly stopped in front of the CMS vehicle and mentioned that they were the officers from the central team and they had to verify the documents of the amount which had been transferred and which was in the transit. At this point of time, it is also noticed that the personnel who were present in the ATM vehicle were forced to sit in the Innova car and they were taken to Dairy Circle, after which it is mentioned that these people ran away with the entire money which was in the ATM vehicle or the vehicle which carried the amount. So, 2 special teams with respect to this incident have already been formed. The police from 2 different stations are already behind the culprits, and also we will have to see if the people who were within the CMS vehicle or the transportation of money vehicle or the people who were in the vehicle which transported money are also a part of this nexus. Is it a planned crime? This basically looks like a planned crime as of now, because after having some of the unofficial conversation with the police department, it is mentioned that the CMS vehicle staff as well as the people who came in Innova might be connected and they might be belonging to the same nexus, and this is why they easily got down at the dairy circle. But the police have started searching for the CCTV visuals. Amount got distributed. Also, we will have to see how this goes about in a lot of hours.
Right, many thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with details coming in on that story. Shifting focus now to other stories. Now, the 17th of November, the Bangladesh court sentenced ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and Deputy Asaduzzahman Khan Kamal to death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. Now, in an exclusive interaction with Republic Media Network, Hasina's deputy gave his first reaction to this verdict and calling this decision, this verdict, invalid. Listen in.
For all these 3 counts, we have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death.
This is a plain verdict.
Well, I think the verdict is part of the political vendetta that has been organized and has been going on against.
Well, I think there was no surprise in the verdict which was given. It was quite expected that, this is the way the verdict will go. Because it was, the whole process has been designed in such a way.
The Bangladesh court sentenced ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her deputy Asaduzzahman Khan Kamal to a death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. Even former Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamoon was found guilty of committing crimes against humanity. For the first time after a year, Hasina's deputy Asaduzzahman Khan Kamal opened up.
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear. It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our honorable Prime Minister, is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time, Jamaat Islam, who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who held Pakistani soldier to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this coup. Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them San Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
After 2024, Bangladesh is again in a state of unrest with protests in support of Hasina. This time, the protests were initiated by Hasina's party, Awami League, which called for a lockdown, initiating a protest against the politically motivated trial of Hasina. After her ouster, India gave asylum to Sheikh Hasina, who has been in hiding for a year. Hence, she was not physically present in her country on the day of the verdict. The Bangladesh government, under the interim leader and chief advisor, Muhammad Yunus, has asked India to hand over Sheikh Hasina back to Bangladesh. India has given no reaction on the extradition so far, but has acknowledged the verdict on Sheikh Hasina's death sentence. Rigged tribunal established and presided over by an unelected government with no democratic mandate. They are biased and politically motivated. In their distasteful call for the death penalty, they reveal the brazen and murderous intent of extremist figures within the interim government to remove Bangladesh's last elected Prime Minister and to nullify the Awami League as a political force.
Well, I think the verdict is part of the political vendetta that has been organized and has been going on against Sheikh Hasina and the Awami League. So it is a continuation of that process. As you know, the judiciary has been weaponized there with former judges, and many judges have been removed, and the interim government has put in their own people there. So nobody is surprised by this verdict. And I think it means that now the Awami League has to decide whether they will carry on the struggle or they keep quiet, which I doubt very much. I think the struggle will go on, and the verdict will not be accepted by the Awami League.
Now, there are leads after leads that are being uncovered as the investigators are probing the 10/11 conspiracy case. And now what is being gathered is that Jaish-e-Mohammed was in fact pushing this bigger plot in the country. The group allegedly attempting to build a dedicated Fidayeen squad for strikes inside India. The sources say that the probe revealed a digital Hawala trail. Digital Hawala trail showed how the outfit has been raising funds through Pakistani e-wallet platforms such as SadaPay to move money swiftly and covertly to operatives. In fact, we've shown you in the past as well how digital Hawala has been used. In fact, we have Shambhavi joining us live on the broadcast. From Shambhavi, we have months ago also shown that how Pakistan terror outfits have been resorting to digital wallets, digital funding, so as to hoodwink the agency so that their funding cannot be traced. And that's the same modus operandi that this particular module of Jaish-e-Mohammed was employing when carrying out attacks. And in fact, they had even bigger plans, that recruitment of terrorists, recruitment of the people, indoctrination and raising funds on a larger level to conduct strikes within India.
Right, Rakshita, see, this terrorist doctor module had a common aim, that was radicalizing the youth of this country. And every lead, every new piece of information which is coming up just works as a puzzle piece, just works as a building block in their final aim. This is another lead, a very major lead which has come up, showing that this digital halala network, where they were actually actively raising money from all over the country and from other places as well, through Pakistani apps like SadaPay, because it is difficult to trace the accounts which are being used for donating the money, and that money was being raised to help form a Fidain squad, a suicide bomber squad. These terrorist doctors, including Shaheen and also Umar, they were in the business of influencing and radicalizing the young minds, especially Shaheen, who was appointed as the woman head of the women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed here. And she also visited several places in UP, trying to figure out what will be the most vulnerable places where they can start a center, like a coaching center, to coach and brainwash the young women. So this works as this is a huge development in the way.
Many thanks, Shambhavi, for joining us with those details coming in. Republic TV closely tracking each and every update, viewers coming in on the 10/11 conspiracy. Now, more about this main accused, Umar Nabi. Now, this man was living a double life before the devastating Red Fort blast. How he was portraying himself, living like a very peaceful and a studious man, spending years on the other side collecting ammonium nitrate and indoctrinating more and more youngsters, viewers. How they could become radicalized just like him. There was entire network that he was part of, and his chilling confession video has surfaced just before the blast that reveals his twisted justification and an attempt to, in fact, lure more people via this propaganda video.
ऐसी तो कोई बात ही नहीं है, वो तो शांत स्वभाव का इंसान था, शांत रहता था, बातें ज़्यादा नहीं करता था, ज़्यादा किसी में इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं थी, दोस्त नहीं थे, खाली पढ़ाई करता था.
We shifted focus to other stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
High-level panel probing a 300 crore rupee Pune land deal linked to a firm associated with Ajit Pawar's son Parth has found 3 accused guilty of wrongdoing. The report submitted by Joint Inspector General of Registration Rajendra Muthe highlights several violations in the registration of his sale agreement for 40 acres of government land in Mundwa, while making no mention of Parth Pawar. The NIA on the 19th of November arrested Anmol Bishnoi, that's today, brother and aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, after his deportation from the US. Wanted for crimes including the killings of Baba Siddiqui and Sidhu Museara and firing at Salman Khan's home. Anmol had been absconding since 2022. Air India has asked the government for permission to use Chinese airspace and a 4,000 crore rupee subsidy, citing heavy fuel and crew overtime costing after global airspace disruptions. Despite all airlines facing detours, Air India is the only one seeking taxpayer support. After Operation Sindoor, a high-level PMO meeting has reviewed the request. And with that, a wrap on this edition. But more news and updates continue on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene.
Scam proven, deal scrapped, Pawar protected. Ajit Pawar's son spared in the land scam. Officials have been sacrificed. Owner of the company, Parth Pawar, spared. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
If you were to make a statement supporting terrorism or the acts of terrorists, so if you were to try and build a rationale for acts of terrorism, that the local policeman would come to your house, arrest you. If you were to put such a comment on social media, rightly so, you would be facing charges, you would be in jail. But if you're from the Congress, nothing would happen. If you're Farooq Abdullah, nothing will happen. If you're Hussain Dalwai, nothing will happen. If you're from the PDP, despite the central government being a BJP government, nothing will happen. These are not just apologists. These are people who are making a strong case for terrorists. Is politics an act? If it was not an act, then why are these people not facing charges? Why is the central government not going against them? If you believe we need to be a hard state not in terms of statement, but in reality, then support Republic.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 4 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar, has been given a clean chit by the probe officials after he had been earlier named in the Pune land scandal. Is it a clean chit or has he been given a free hand just because he was Ajit Pawar's son? We're getting you that and a lot more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to Indian soil. Hearing at Patiala House Court next. United States report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sale of French Rafale aircraft. 272 signatories write open letter against Rahul Gandhi's tarnish campaign on ECI. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans part of the signatories. Air India demands rupees 4,000 crore subsidy from the government from Operation Sindoor impact meeting at Prime Minister's office today that was held now concludes. Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar, not named in rupees 300 crore Pune land deal scandal. And Prime Minister Modi will be holding talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu elections also on the cards. All right, starting this edition with the breaking news that's coming in. This one is about the oath-taking ceremony that's going to be held in Bihar tomorrow. Nitish Kumar, we learn, has been chosen as the NDA leader in Bihar. The cabinet meeting is currently underway, which has elected JDU leader and outgoing Chief Minister Nitish Kumar unanimously as the leader of the NDA Legislative Party. Now, the meeting started at around 3 p.m. in the Central Hall of the Legislative Assembly today. After the NDA Legislative Party meeting, Chief Minister-elect Nitish Kumar will submit his resignation to the governor and stake claim to form the new government. Earlier today, in fact, there was a meeting of the Janata Dal United Legislative Party that was held at the Chief Minister's residence, in which Nitish Kumar was unanimously elected as the leader of the Legislative Party. Meanwhile, in the BJP Legislative Party meeting, we learned that Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary was also elected leader of the Legislative Party, and Vijay Kumar Sinha was chosen as the deputy leader. Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the 10th time as the Chief Minister of Bihar. The swearing-in ceremony will be held at the historic Gandhi Maidan in Patna at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. We learned that Prime Minister Modi and many other dignitaries will also be attending the event. The oath-taking is all scheduled to take place tomorrow. 22 ministers are expected to take oath of office along with Chief Minister Nitish Kumar during the grand swearing-in ceremony of the new NDA government in Bihar, according to the sources in the ruling coalition. Now, sources have also told Republic that 9 MLAs will be from the BJP, 10 from the JDU and 1 each from Chirag Paswan's LJP. Meanwhile, Jitan Ram Manjhi's Hindustan Awami Morcha and Upendra Kushwaha's Rashtra Lok Morcha may also take oath tomorrow. Now, from the BJP's quota, the inside political scoop is that Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Sinha, Nitin Navi, Renu Devi, Mangal Pandey, along with others, may take oath. Joining us on this broadcast is Prakash, who's joining us live from Patna. Prakash, what are the inside details that you're getting as far as Nitish's cabinet is concerned that is all set to take oath tomorrow?
Well, Nitish Kumar is expected to take oath tomorrow, now that he's been elected the leader of the NDA Legislature Party. And yes, representation from all parties would be given, 1 each from RLM, HUM, and as well as LJP. And rest of the seats would be allocated between the BJP and the JDU. And the speaker post would most likely go to the BJP. And 2 deputy chief ministers would be sworn in. Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Sinha already declared. Notable among the people from the JDU would be Vijendra Yadav, Vijay Chaudhary, Lacy Singh, and Madan Sahni, as well as few others would also take oath, like Sunil Kumar and Manjeet Singh, who is a new entrant right now from the Rajput community, as well as from the BJP quota, Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Sinha, Mangal Pandey, Nitin Naveen, Renu Devi, Neeraj Bablu, and various others would also take oath. So that would be decided once Union Home Minister Amit Shah comes to Patna. As far as the BJP quota is concerned, he would be deciding the BJP quota of ministers today evening when he arrives in Patna. And the swearing-in would be attended by host of dignitaries from various parts of the countries, including chief ministers, union ministers from different states.
Prakash. All right. Thank you very much, Prakash, for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some other stories that we're tracking. Authorities are now probing videos linked to terrorist Umar Nabi after they found 4 clips that were reportedly extracted from a mobile phone that is said to belong to him. Now, which has since been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. According to the investigative details, Umar allegedly gave the phone to his brother during a visit to Srinagar and later instructed him to dispose it off in a drain near his home. Umar's brother was subsequently arrested on the night of the Delhi blast, with investigators claiming the phone was dumped following Umar's instructions as a part of the efforts to conceal the evidence. That's the latest details we are tracking as far as 10/11 conspiracy is concerned. Shambhavi is joining us live from the Al-Falah campus in Faridabad. Shambhavi, these are the details that have come in as far as Umar is concerned. His phone, he had given it to his brother, after which there was an attempt to conceal the evidence. But right now you are outside the Al-Falah campus in Faridabad. Yesterday we learned that the Al-Falah founder was arrested by the ED. What are the top developments that are taking place as far as the campus is concerned today?
Well, as you very clearly said, that Javed Siddiqui, who's the chairperson of the Al-Falah group and also the man who effectively runs the Al-Falah Trust, he has been taken into custody by the team, and the court has also said very clearly in the order that there are reasonable grounds which shows that he has committed the offence of money laundering and has earned around 450 crores by fooling the parents and students, according to the false accreditation claims by NAAC. And regarding the videos and the phone disposal, we know that there are several phones involved and several videos involved when it comes to Umar. 2 phones that we were showing, Republic was showing in a video where he carried 2 phones and then later disposed those 2 phones from a medical shop here in Dhauj, which is just a few kilometers away from here. So he was sitting in a medical store, and that is where in the CCTV footage you could see that there are 2 phones that he had. But those phones were not later found at the blast location outside Red Fort metro station. So we see that there were earlier attempts made to dispose of the phones. This is not the first time that Umar had asked any of his associates to dispose of the phone, and it could hold several crucial pieces of evidence. It could hold answers to a lot of questions from where they were getting the material, because there were also reports that Umar and his associates were getting ammonium nitrate from the lab of this very university, and they were trying to sneak out small amounts of ammonium nitrate from here. It could also hold that phone could also hold surveillance videos of the target places that were on their list, right, this terrorist doctor module list. So both this piece of information is very crucial, could work as a very crucial puzzle piece in this entire conspiracy. Back to you. Right,
Shambhavi, in fact, we learned that there was a Hawala network that was in the works, and traces to Jaish-e-Mohammed group was also being traced. Now, Al-Falah founder, like you said, had already been arrested yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate. However, there is still action at the campus. Are we expecting any more arrests to take place in the coming few days?
Well, we know that since yesterday, since 5 a.m. Yesterday, ED has been conducting raids at 25 different locations, including Al-Falah University, Faridabad, and also the Al-Falah Trust office, which is in Okhla, Jamia Nagar. And those raids were carried out to get details of the shell entities that Javed Siddiqui and his associates, the member of his group, were using to transfer and diverge fund from the trust, the Al-Falah Trust, to the companies that were owned by his family, to the companies that were linked to his wife and children. So there were more pieces of information coming up regarding who was involved in this entire group, in this money laundering of more than 400 crores. So as the investigation is underway, raids are being conducted, more arrests are likely to be followed. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us those details. Moving on now. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has questioned the agencies over continuing violence in the region, remarking that while blasts are avoided in Delhi, similar tragedies have persisted in Jammu and Kashmir, costing innocent lives. In fact, he said that the Union Territory had witnessed decades of bloodshed and recalled assurances given in the year 2019 that such incidences would end. However, it has not. So Omar Abdullah clearly playing the victim card here and claiming that attempt has been made to paint all Kashmiris guilty. Omar, in fact, had said that handful of responsible for what happened in Delhi. Omar has thereby gone on to fearmonger and say that the driving vehicle with Jammu and Kashmir registration considered a crime. That's the latest statement that we're getting from the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Yesterday, it was Mehbooba Mufti and other leaders of the Congress party like Hussain Dalwai who had gone on to defend the terrorists. Today, it is Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah who has said, and I quote, a handful of people are responsible for what happened in Delhi. But an attempt was made to create an environment as if all of us were guilty and as if all of us were involved. All right, let's listen into that reaction that Omar Abdullah gave in regard with the Delhi blast.
हमें शायद जो हकीकत ये मौके नसीब नहीं होते हैं। अब आप देखें दिल्ली में जो हुआ और जो हालात बने हैं उसके लिए जिम्मेदार इन हालात में शायद लेकिन एक ऐसा तासुर पैदा कर बच्चों को यहाँ से साधना पसंद भी नहीं है कसूरवार हम सब इसमें मिले हैं। जब हर आज तो साहब दिल्ली में जम्मू कश्मीर रजिस्ट्रेशन वाली गाड़ी चलाना भी एक जुर्म के तौर पर समझा जाता है। जब हर खुद अपनी गाड़ी जब मेरे पास अपने ज्यादा सिक्योरिटी किसी और के करने की वजह से हम सबको बदनाम करने की कोशिश की जाती कौन साइड करके रोकेगा पूछेगा ना आप जब चंद लोगों के किसी चीज में शामिल होने पे तो जब हम यहाँ से किसी को जा नहीं सकते उसके लपेट में लाने की कोशिश की जाती है हासिल करने की जाहिर सी बात है कि हमारा जो है हुकूमत की और ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी बन जाती है कि हम बेरोजगारी को कम करने के वसाइल जो है अभी मुझे यहाँ पैदा कर अच्छा नहीं लगता लेकिन क्या करें जो हकीकत है वो हकीकत है। अब आप देखें दिल्ली में जो हुआ चंद लोग उसके लिए जिम्मेदार लेकिन एक ऐसा तासुर पैदा करने की कोशिश की गई कि इसमें हम सब जो है कसूरवार हैं हम सब इसमें मिले हुए हैं। आज तो ना दिल्ली में जम्मू कश्मीर के रजिस्ट्रेशन वाली गाड़ी चलाना भी एक जुर्म के तौर पर समझा जाता है। मैं खुद अपनी गाड़ी जब मेरे पास अपने ज्यादा सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं होते मैं खुद सोचता ना मैं गाड़ी निकालूं या ना निकालूं पता नहीं कौन को साइड करके रोकेगा और पूछेगा ना आप हो कहां से क्या कर रहे हो यहाँ पे क्यों आए हो। तो जब हम यहां से बाहर जा नहीं सकते रोजगार हासिल करने के लिए तो फिर हुकूमत की और ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी बन जाती है कि हम बेरोजगारी को कम करने के वसाइल जो हैं यहां पैदा करें। हमें शायद ये मौके नसीब नहीं होते।
All right, that was the latest reaction of Omar Abdullah, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, who has been heard going on to fearmonger regarding the Delhi blast. He said the security agencies have been evading responsibility and that he's questioned the center over the Nogam explosion. In fact, he's also gone on to say just because of one incident, all the Kashmiris cannot be tainted and that all Kashmiris are now being seen with suspicion. That's the latest that we're tracking as far as the Delhi blast is concerned. Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. Ladies and gentlemen, Anmol Bishnoi, the fugitive gangster, has been dragged back to India, and this comes as a big success for the Indian agencies. After Haryana, it is now Anmol Bishnoi, the gangster behind the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, and who was also responsible for killing of Sidhu Moosewala and the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. He's already locked in jail, has now been dragged back to India, and those were the first pictures that we had got just few moments back, where upon landing immediately, Anmol Bishnoi, the gangster, had been arrested by the NIA. Just few months back, we saw exactly same picture where Haryana, upon landing, had been arrested by the NIA, and today it is Anmol Bishnoi. It has now paved a path for the other fugitives to get arrested. And those are the latest details we are tracking. We'll try and see if we can get Ishan from the IGI airport, where in just some moments from now, Anmol Bishnoi will be taken to the Patiala House Court. He will be there, a hearing will take place, and then it will be decided on how many days of custody will this fugitive gangster will be given. Ishan is joining us live on the broadcast. Ishan, yes, what are the latest updates that you're tracking? When is the hearing going to take place at the Patiala House Court?
Just a few moments ago, an NIA team with a bag of evidence and belongings of Anmol Bishnoi has left the IGI airport. The NIA team has left a few minutes ago. They were carrying a white bag which is claimed to have the belongings of Anmol Bishnoi along with other evidence seized from him. Once the evidence had been seized from him, however, Anmol Bishnoi still remains inside T3 of arrivals. He is expected to be coming out of the special VIP gate of the T3, and we are broadcasting from here live, and he will be brought out from this gate. Security arrangements at the T3 gate have been made. Senior police officials of Delhi police have arrived at the scene and are monitoring the situation. We are expecting him to come out of the T3 terminal of the Indira Gandhi International Airport in a few moments. The NIA team with the bag of evidence and belongings of Anmol Bishnoi has just left the T3 airport, and we have shared the visuals of the same, and we will be bringing you all the live updates in this particular case. From here, he will be taken to the NIA headquarters. Post a medical examination, he will be produced before a magistrate who will thereafter be giving remand of Anmol Bishnoi to the agencies. Anmol Bishnoi is one of the 22 accused in the 2025 charge sheet of the NIA, wherein the terror network and links between BKI and the Bishnoi gang was brought forward. This particular bringing forth of the terror charges under UAPA against Bishnoi is of crucial importance, because this brings the case under the ambit of the central agencies, and once the central agencies found out about his arrest in the United States, they started the extradition producing, and after a year of effort, finally Anmol Bishnoi, through the valiant effort of our agencies, has been brought back to India and is being dragged in front of the courts to face justice.
Well, absolutely, Ishan. All the fugitives who were once upon a time responsible for the crimes that they've committed on the Indian soil, they had run away and they have now been brought back to India. First it was Haryana, now it is Anmol Bishnoi. Also, take us through the details, if you have, on how many days of custody is the National Investigation Agency actually seeking of Anmol Bishnoi?
The custody will be granted at a later stage. Right now, it will be produced before the court, wherein the court will grant remand. Now, remand can be up to 14 days. We will see how many days remand is granted to NIA. Other agencies of Delhi Police, Haryana Police, Punjab Police and Rajasthan Police are also seeking custody, because there are 18 criminal cases registered against Anmol Bishnoi in various parts of the country. Now this range from racketeering, drug smuggling, arms trafficking, human trafficking and supporting terror through logistical and financial support. Now this logistical and financial support that was being delivered to BKI is of crucial importance, because at the instructions of the BKI, the Bishnoi gang carried out a RPG attack on the Mohali Special Intelligence headquarters of the Punjab Police. Now this Punjab Police headquarters was of crucial importance, because this showed the reach and terror mentality of this gang. So after being declared a terrorist organization, a lot of their assets in India, Canada and United States were seized. Canada had declared the Bishnoi gang as a terror organization in 2024, and now one of the key leaders of this particular gang, Anmol Bishnoi, who is the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, is being brought back to India, dragged back to India by the agencies and being presented before the courts to face justice.
Absolutely, Ishan. One more question before I let you go. What is the process and the arguments that the NIA will take forward in the court? Because according to the sequence of events that you've told us, first he will be taken out of the VIP gate of T3, after which he will be taken to the NIA headquarters, after which he will be taken to the Patiala House Court.
Absolutely. Once he is taken out from T3, he will have to go to the NIA headquarters for a medical examination. When the medical examination is completed, he will be presented before a magistrate. Now, this magistrate will grant the judicial remand of Anmol Bishnoi to NIA. Once judicial remand is granted, the October 2025 charge sheet, which is the latest one, because NIA had filed 5 separate charge sheets in this particular case. Now, the October 2025 charge sheet, being the latest one, is the one on which investigation will be done. And once investigation is done on this, the statement of Anmol Bishnoi will be recorded. He will be asked questions, he will be interrogated, and then all this will be put into court record for the court proceedings. Once the court proceedings begins, the criminal justice system will be put in place. He will be tried under BNS, and soon justice will prevail.
Absolutely, Ishan. Thank you very much for getting us all details. Keeping a very close watch on that story. We'll come back to you as and when there are more updates. Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. In a significant development, at least 7 Maoists were encountered in Andhra Pradesh on November 19th. The encounter was carried out by Hyderabad police, and a further investigation into the case is currently underway. Here's a quick report on that.
A recent Maoist encounter has killed at least 7. The group comprised 4 men and 3 women. This major operation resulted in the deaths of Madhvi Hidma, one of the most wanted Maoist leaders, and 5 others. This took place in the Alori Sitarama Raju district. The Additional Director General of Police, Mahesh Chandra Ladha, confirmed the development and clarified that the Maoists were killed in an exchange of fire with the Greyhounds and the local police. As per the force's statements, the operation was launched on November 17th, and the very next day there was an exchange of fire between the two sides. 50 other contributors have also been arrested in NTR, Krishna, Eluru, Kakinada and Konaseema districts, and a larger cache of weapons and explosives have also been seized. Some Maoists were found to have fled after the encounter. However, the Andhra Pradesh police force have successfully dismantled a major Maoist organization.
And with that, it's now time for us to have a quick check of all the other stories that are making headlines. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi was honoured by Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu during the centenary celebrations of Sri Satya Sai Baba in Putrapati on Wednesday. The event also saw the attendance of notable figures like former cricketer Sachin Tendulkar, actor Aishwarya Rai Bachchan and Union Ministers Ram Mohan Naidu and G. Kishan Reddy. The National Investigation Agency on Tuesday arrested the brother and the close aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi on his deportation from the United States to India. BJP leader Prem Kumar said that the new Bihar government's oath-taking ceremony on November 20 will be historic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and several other chief ministers are expected to attend. The NDA legislature party meeting is being held in Patna, where Nitish Kumar is likely to be chosen as the alliance leader. In fact, he has already been chosen unanimously as the leader of the legislative party. Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking, a major crackdown took place by the Jammu and Kashmir counter-terror agencies, where they had raided the Jammu jails. And remember, Jammu jail is of prime significance because that is exactly where the Pakistani terrorists have been apprehended and they have been kept. Here is what was found out after the raids were conducted.
The high-security Court Balwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the Counter-Intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The Counter-Intelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the Central Jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Poonch district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break, getting you the big Republic News break on the Parth Pawar story, where he has been in the center of the storm in the Pune land scandal, where details now reveal how Parth Pawar tried to take control of the land. All that and much more coming up right after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to Indian soil, hearing at Patiala House Court next. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sale of French Rafale aircraft. 272 signatories write open letter against Rahul Gandhi's tarnish campaign on ECI. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans part of the signatory. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor. Impact meeting at PMO concludes. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in the 300 crore rupees Pune land deal report. Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu. Polls also on cards. Starting this edition with more news coming in with regards to a land deal in which Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar had essentially surfaced. In fact, a report earlier today was submitted by the government committee. In fact, in that report, Parth Pawar's name does not really surface. Now it turns out there's more details coming in, and this is an allegation that has been leveled by Anjali Damania, an activist who says that bouncers were essentially sent to forcibly take control of a parcel of government-owned land with notes indicating that the attempt was linked to Parth Pawar. In fact, we've also accessed the diary record which forms part of an ongoing inquiry. Now, this is what we know so far in terms of the investigation that has been carried out. And Maharashtra government sources basically indicating that this is not the full report. This report that has been submitted is primarily with regards to the stamp evasion, and in which Parth Pawar has not been named. So far, the defense that has been put across is that Ajit Pawar is not a signatory to this land deal, and that is the reason why his name was not mentioned in the FIR that has been registered so far. In fact, the government goes on to indicate that the final review would essentially be done by a 6-member panel, which is being headed by an additional chief secretary. Let me also go across to my colleague Meenakshi, who's getting us the latest details. Meenakshi, Anjali Damania has made yet another allegation, and this time she says that bouncers were being sent by Amedia to take control of this government land.
Yes, absolutely. She tweeted this post only, and she also shared documents on it where Parth Pawar's sign was there. So, Amedia Enterprise, which we got to know that the Amedia Enterprise owned by two partners. One is Digvijay Patil and two is Parth Pawar. Parth Pawar has 99% of share of this company, and 1%, only 1% share of company is Digvijay Patil. Now, we can see the FIR also where only Digvijay Patil name is mentioned, because we got to know that from our sources on the direction of State Stamp Registry Office, they directed Maharashtra Pune Police to named Digvijay Patil only, exclude the name of Parth Pawar. Why? Parth Pawar, who was benefited from this deal, why his name was not mentioned in the report, and also FIR also. Now, Inspector General, Joint Inspector General of Registry Department, they are saying in FIR that name, Parth Pawar's name was not mentioned because in sale deed his doesn't appear. So, why Pune police and the stamp registry office also ignoring the name of Parth Pawar, while he has a maximum percent of share of the MID enterprise who is involved in this purchase. So there are lots of questions now arising, and also opposition reacts that all this investigation is eyewash only. So investigators saying, they told to Republic that investigation is going on. We are on it. Shravan.
Meenakshi, just before I let you go, you've also reached out to Ajit Pawar. Last, when you met him at Mantralaya, he essentially indicated that he's not even part of this entire deal, and he's willing to hand it back. Meenakshi, if I'm audible. Meenakshi, you met Ajit Pawar last time, and when you asked him this question with regards to whether at all any action would be taken, all that he had to say was that the final report is what they're waiting for?
Yes. He told to me that we are monitoring the investigation. Investigation is going on, and we are waiting for the final report. And coincidentally, Shravan, the same thing was told by Pune police to me when I asked them the question, same question, why Parth Pawar's name excluded from this FIR. And I also asked this question, is MID Enterprises linked to Parth Pawar? Why his name was not mentioned in FIR? The same thing what Ajit Pawar told to me, the same thing Pune police also told to me, his name was not in sale deed. That's why we have no mention of Parth Pawar's name. What is the logic? The company owned by that person who has maximum percentage of share, whose company is benefited from this deal, his name was not mentioned in FIR and not mentioned in also report only. So everything is an open secret now that Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar shielded by Pune police as he is Deputy Chief Minister's son. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Meenakshi, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. No response really coming in from Ajit Pawar after this latest report has been submitted. In fact, his party is still defending by simply saying that the power of attorney has been given to someone else, and Parth Pawar is not really responsible for running the company. Should we focus now to the other big story that we are getting to tonight? Anmol Bishnoi, brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and wanted in several criminal cases, including the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, has been deported from the United States of America following a request from Indian authorities, and has arrived in the national capital along with 199 deportees sent back by the Trump administration. Now, on your screens, as we track Anmol Bishnoi, who's been taken by the National Investigation Agency to Patiala House Court, in fact, where he is going to be produced before the special NIA court, and taking custody would be the lead agency. Thereafter, we are given to understand that the custody would be handed over to Delhi police and finally to Mumbai police for further investigation. On your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in from close to Patiala House Court, where Republic Media Network is closely tracking every movement of Anmol Bishnoi. We'll try and go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's getting us the latest details. Chandrakala, any details you're picking up from the National Investigation Agency with regards to what exactly is the plan? Even though they are the lead agency, is there a possibility that other state police would also be allowed to question him?
Yes, absolutely. As we know that he has already, now the NI team, of course, is along with Bishnoi. He will be arriving at the Patiala House Court anytime soon. Now, of course, the fact that NI has formally arrested the gangster Anmol Bishnoi right at this moment. Well, as far as the custody is concerned, it's on the center to decide as to whom the custody will be granted to. Of course, the fact that multiple such cases. Of course, he is the most wanted. He is in the list list of the most wanted across the country, be it Haryana, Punjab or Delhi. Now it depends as to who will be taking the custody. Now we know that he will be produced in the Patiala House Court, and he will be brought in here in the Patiala House Court from any time soon. And after that, of course, NIA will seek a remand as far as his custody is concerned. So a very, very crucial, development, a very crucial day for India, because it's been a year that this entire extradition process has been underway, and finally he will be extradited to the national capital or to India right at this moment. He'll be reaching anytime soon, and the investigation is now will be taken up very seriously as far as his criminal charges are concerned. There are 18 such criminal charges being registered against Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, and we'll have to wait and watch, because we know that after he'll be produced in the Patiala High Court, Patiala House Court, he will be taken to the NIA headquarters, and of course NIA will be seeking a remand as far as his custody is concerned. Of course, as we know that Mumbai police had also sent proposals twice for his extradition, and it's on the union government to decide as to whom the custody will be given to, be it Haryana police or Punjab police or Delhi police for that matter. Over to you.
Chandrakala, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly recap for all of viewers who are tuning in right now. Anmol Bishnoi has been on the run since 2022. He has basically been charged for terrorist activities between the 2022 and 2023. In fact, we are given to understand that he was placed under arrest by US authorities in the month of November, and thereafter Indian investigative agencies made multiple representations before the Justice Department in the United States of America. The latest details that were provided by the Indian investigative agencies was Anmol Bishnoi's direct links with Baba Siddiqui. In fact, during the probe that was carried out by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch, it turns out that a real estate group was actually behind it, and there are links also basically emerged with regards to Anmol Bishnoi basically carrying out the shootout after orders were given by him at the behest of his brother Lawrence Bishnoi, who is currently lodged in Sabarmati jail. These are some of the details that we are picking up at this point in time. Undoubtedly, this is a big win for the security agencies, as we are also getting in the latest of Anmol Bishnoi, who's finally been taken in this QRT that you're seeing right now, a quick response team of the CISF as well as the CRPF now basically accompanying the NIA team to Patiala House Court. In a very short while from now, we would be getting more details from the Patiala House Court, where my colleague Chandrakala is also reporting from. Chandrakala, just a quick response with regards to the deportation process itself. It seems that apart from Anmol Bishnoi, there are 199 people who have been deported so far. It seems that this was not a case of extradition, this was more to do with deportation. Chandrakala, the question that I was asking you is, along with Anmol Bishnoi, 199 people were deported by the Trump administration. It appears right now that this is a case of deportation and not extradition.
Well, the fact is, of course, along with Anmol Bishnoi, there are other two who are being wanted by Punjab police, and apart from that, of course, a total of 200 deportees are being brought back to India now at this moment, and this is very much a part of the US's immigration laws. And we know that apart from Anmol Bishnoi, there are 199 deportees, illegal immigrants who is also coming back to India right at this moment. This is a very part. This is a part of the new immigration policy, new immigration laws of the US. Now, all eyes on this particular gangster, that's Anmol Bishnoi. He has been on the run since 2002, and he has been operating from the US. And the fact that he has been, providing all kind of support to Lawrence Bishnoi Bishnoi and, of course, to carry out terror activities. He's the 19th accused of the Lawrence Bishnoi syndicate. So a very, very important development. Now all eyes on the investigating agency after he is being extradited. What would be the next step? Of course, he'll be facing the law, and how far this investigation will go and he will be facing the law is something very important to note. Over to you.
Well, in fact, we're getting in the latest images from outside the Patiala House Court, where you can see the QRT van taking Anmol Bishnoi to Patiala House Court. In fact, these are the images coming in a short while back, where Republic Media Network closely tracking every development that's taking place. Now, undoubtedly, why it is turning out to be a big success for the security agencies, because within a span of just about a little over 6 months, you have 2 big fugitives being brought back to India. First was 2611 plotter Tahawur Rana, and now Anmol Bishnoi, brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who has been brought back to India. In fact, in a short while from now, once he's produced before the special court of the NIA in the national capital, the NIA largely is going to argue about the multiple cases that have been registered against Anmol Bishnoi and the direct hand of Anmol Bishnoi that has basically emerged in various cases, starting from extortion to murder as well as shootout. In several cases, Anmol Bishnoi's name has basically emerged, and that is the reason why, remember, National Investigation Agency would be pressing for his remand. On your screens right now, these are also the latest details that we have essentially got as to how his operations were basically carried out while he was in America. In fact, multiple countries that he was traveling before he finally settled in US, and he was taken into custody by the authorities in United States of America. Let me also go back to Chandrakala, who's getting us more details. Chandrakala, with regards to the number of cases that have been registered against him, give us more details of the recent cases in which Anmol Bishnoi has been named.
Well, as I've already mentioned, there are several such, criminal cases being registered against, of course, Anmol Bishnoi. The one being is very important, he's been the prime suspect for murdering the former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddiqui. We have seen earlier Siddiqui's son speaking to us exclusively, where he has mentioned that how the US Homeland Security Department has issued a mail saying that he has been, Anmol Bishnoi has been removed from the US soil. So it's something very essential to understand that, how important it is for him to be brought back to India, because, as we know that he has been on the run since 2022. Of course, NIA took over the case in the year 2023, where, of course, he's being, alleged to be providing all kind of support to Goldie Brar, of course, and Lawrence Bishnoi to carry out multiple terror activities all across India. Very important development after India has, in the year 2024, last year in January, India actually requested for his extradition, and when, of course, the US State Department has taken up this case, investigated the case, and of course in November 2024, the US immigration authorities detained Anmol Bishnoi for traveling with a fake passport. So this is what we are learning right at this moment. So anytime soon, he would be arriving here in the Patiala House Court. The security has been completely beefed up. So this is what we are learning right at this moment. So we'll have to wait and watch where this particular case leads to, because now that NIA is seeking custody of Gangster Anmol Bishnoi is something very important to understand. Yeah.
Well, Chandrakala, I'll request you to stay on with the latest images that are coming in. Also, if you can just move around a little bit and give us a sense of what's really happening there. How long is it expected that he would be reaching?
Well, the fact is, I'm at gate number 4 here at the Patiala House Court. So there are multiple media, of course, in different gates, because he might appear, he might come at any point of time. Security has been completely beefed up. The Delhi police team is here. Of course, there are other security team being deployed here. Of course, we can see that the security has been completely heightened up here entirely in front of the Patiala House Court. So anytime soon, he would be arriving here. And yes, this is what you're learning right at this moment. Back to you.
Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in from outside Patiala House Court. We're expecting that Anmol Bishnoi, fugitive Anmol Bishnoi, would be brought in a short while from now. Well, let me just quickly take you through some of the details that we've just got from our sources in the National Investigation Agency with regards to what they have been able to establish so far. This is what the NIA has basically indicated, that the cases, these are the live images now coming in of Anmol Bishnoi, who's being taken inside. Now, that's the other gate from where we're expecting Anmol Bishnoi to be taken inside. There is, the security has also been increased inside Patiala House Court. This is the special NIA court where he's going to be produced in a short while from now. Now, what is it that we are expecting the National Investigation Agency to indicate inside the court? Now, this is what they are likely to say. One, that is, there is a direct involvement in the terror syndicate that was led by his brother Lawrence Bishnoi, and he happens to be the 19th accused who was basically charge sheeted by the National Investigation Agency in March 2023. That was after the investigations that were basically carried out, and NIA believes that they have been able to gather enough evidence to indicate that he had actively aided designated individual terrorist Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi in the commissioning of various acts of terrorism in the country. That was between 2020 and 2023, and they were operating closely with various Bishnoi gang associates. Anmol basically continued to carry out activities of these terror syndicates and execute terrorist activities from the United States of America for the gang itself. And it was Anmol Bishnoi who had provided shelter and logistic support to the gang's shooters as well as ground operatives. He was also engaged in extortion in India from foreign soil with the help of other gangsters. Now, this is what is likely that National Investigation Agency is also going to tell the court, seeking remand of Anmol Bishnoi. Once the remand is over, in all likelihood, Delhi police as well as Mumbai police would be seeking further custody of Anmol Bishnoi, because there are cases that are registered against Anmol Bishnoi in Delhi as well as in Mumbai. We're waiting for the National Investigation team to actually reach Patiala House Court, where the proceedings are likely to begin in a short while from now. Chandrakala, any more details that you're picking up right now?
Just awaiting his arrival right at this moment. Anytime soon, I think he's almost reaching Patiala House Court. As I have already mentioned, that we have our teams in different gates. Now I'm at gate number 4. One team is at gate number 1. So we are completely tracking as far as this Gangster Anmol Bishnoi's arrival is concerned. And now, of course, there are multiple security officials who are being deployed here for all kind of safety and security. Earlier, we have heard, Anmol Bishnoi's cousin,
We seem to be having some problem with the audio line of Chandrakala. We'll try and fix that as we're getting you the latest images coming in from inside the Patiala House Court, where Gangster Anmol Bishnoi is likely to be produced in a short while from now. The gangster, who was on the run since 2022, has now been finally brought back to India. This afternoon, a little after 12, is when Anmol Bishnoi landed along with 199 other deportees. In fact, the US Justice Department taking the decision that about 199 Indians would be sent back, and one, of course, being a dreaded terrorist, that is Anmol Bishnoi, who was operating from United States of America, and the terror syndicate that was being run by his brother Lawrence Bishnoi. We are putting out more details of, and I'm going to just try and also take you through some of the cases that have been registered against Anmol Bishnoi in the last few years, and the success that the security agencies have had in trying to convince the authorities in the United States of America that they are dangerous to begin with, and secondly, it is important that they are sent back so that there could be a logical end to some of the cases that have been registered back in India. On your screens right now, the latest images now coming in, it seems that the van in which Anmol Bishnoi is likely to reach Patiala House Court in a short while from now. We'll try and see if we can go across to Chandrakala, getting us the latest details. These are the latest images now coming in. We are closely tracking the developments that are taking place right now. He's going to be produced before Patiala House Court in a short while from now after a successful deportation that has actually taken place this afternoon. Chandrakala, can you hear me? Chandrakala, what more details are you picking up right now? It seems that the van has already reached Patiala House Court, so we're expecting the proceedings to begin anytime now. Are you also picking up who exactly is representing the National Investigation Agency in the court? We seem to be still having some problem with Chandrakala's audio. We'll try and get you our reporters on the ground in a short while from now. There you have it. Anmol Bishnoi has now reached Patiala House Court right now as he is entering Patiala House Court. In fact, this would be from gate number 2 where Anmol Bishnoi would be taken inside, and immediately thereafter he would be produced before the National Investigation Agency's special court judge, where we are being told that NIA is likely going to press for 14 days of custody. That's the standard time that is essentially asked by the National Investigation Agency, keeping in mind the gravity of the situation and more importantly, he being a dreaded terrorist who has now been brought back to India and he's wanted in over a dozen cases that have been registered across the country. On your screens right now, these are the latest images of Gangster Anmol Bishnoi being brought back to India and now being produced before the Patiala House Court. Now this man that you see in a short while from now that you are likely going to see with his face covered being taken inside Patiala House Court, he was on the run since 2022. In fact, he started from Punjab where he along with his brother carried out several antisocial activities and of course thereafter also beginning a gang. This gang almost turned out to be a terror syndicate which was basically then operating from outside India, named for several extortion as well as murder cases. There you have it on your screens right now. Anmol Bishnoi being taken out by the National Investigation Team and would be directly taken to inside the court where we are being told that he is likely to be remanded for next 14 days. That's exactly what the National Investigation Agency is likely to ask from the court. It remains to be seen whether at all full 14 days custody will be granted to the National Investigation Agency. If at all the agency is able to convince the court that 14 days is essentially required because his brother Lawrence Bishnoi is also lodged in Sabarmati jail. What we are also picking up is that there is a possibility that a joint interrogation of Anmol Bishnoi and Lawrence Bishnoi could also take place. There you have it, the first images on your screens of Anmol Bishnoi being taken inside Patiala House Court. We'll try and see if we can go across to Chandrakala for a quick ground report coming in. Chandrakala, if you can hear me, what's really happening right now? We seem to have lost the line with a reporter on the ground. These are the latest images now coming in of these latest images now coming in from Patiala House Court of Anmol Bishnoi, who has been brought back to India along with 199 people, Indians who were basically deported. In fact, on your screens, these images of the NIA team reaching Patiala House Court and taking Anmol Bishnoi. We'll try and see if we can also get a reporter from the National Investigation Agency headquarters where we're also getting in more information about multiple teams that have essentially been formed. In all likelihood, after the proceedings are over, he would be taken to the National Investigation Agency headquarters where there is also a lockup. In fact, he's expected, it is likely that he would be kept in the NIA lockup on the ground floor of the headquarters there, along with several others who are also in the custody. Chandrakala is joining us on the phone line right now. Chandrakala, what's the latest that you're picking up? Have you been able to identify who exactly would be representing the National Investigation Agency and what perhaps could be the line of argument? Well, in fact, Anmol Bishnoi right now being taken inside the Patiala House Court, where we are being told that he is going to be produced, and National Investigation Agency likely to seek custody for 14 days is the preliminary information that we have just got from our sources. In fact, Anmol Bishnoi, there is a full remand that has now been prepared about the number of cases where he has essentially been named to begin with, and secondly, the evidence that has been gathered by the National Investigation Agency. The very fact that several terror activities were carried out by Anmol Bishnoi along with Lawrence Bishnoi, and this was while he was in United States of America, and he carried out all the activities while he was outside India, but also provided logistical support to the associates, to his associates who were present in India. In fact, their name emerged during the investigation that was carried out by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch when there was a shootout outside Salman Khan's residence. And then, of course, his name once again surfaced when Mumbai Police Crime Branch was once again investigating Baba Siddiqui's murder case, in which you have had his name once again surfacing. We'll try and see if we can also go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest with regards to the investigation that has been carried out so far. Well, in fact, we'll try and see if we're getting more details right now. And all that we know so far are the following. One, that he was deported along with 199 people. There you have on your screens. These are the latest images coming in of Anmol Bishnoi being taken in, whisked away by the NIA team. These are the inside visuals that I'm aware of right now coming in from the Patiala House Court, where he's going to be taken inside the special court, where the proceedings are expected to begin in a short while from now. It's likely that it is going to last for a couple of minutes, given the fact that he's just been brought back and the paperwork has already been completed by the National Investigation Agency. The remand papers are to be produced before the court the moment he is produced there. It's unlikely that there would be any further arguments that are going to take place. Essentially, the National Investigation Agency lawyer, the government lawyer, is going to read out the charges that have been leveled against him and the evidence that has been gathered by the National Investigation Agency so far. And once that actually takes place, it is expected that he is going to be sent to NIA custody. All that we are picking up is that there is a possibility that full custody will be sought by the NIA, which could be about 14 days, is what we are learning so far. It's the prerogative of the court to basically decide whether at all full custody would be granted to the National Investigation Agency. Once he's sent to judicial custody, there is a possibility that Delhi Police as well as the National Investigation Agency would also step in. We'll try and go across to my colleague Ishan, who's joining us on this broadcast. Ishan, I just want to quickly focus on the number of cases that have been registered, because as I understand, the National Investigation Agency has already prepared the remand based on the charge sheet that was filed last, that was in the year 2023.
Absolutely. The initial charge sheet was filed in 2023. Thereafter, as the investigation progressed, multiple charge sheets were filed. A total of 5 charge sheets have been filed against Anmol Bishnoi during the investigation. The latest charge sheet was filed in October of 2025, which made allegations of his terror links, his networks, his smuggling, racketeering, and other such cases were registered against him. Now, right now, the 2025 charge sheet is the one against which Anmol Bishnoi's remand is being sought at Patiala House Court. And Anmol Bishnoi, after being presented at Patiala House Court, will be remanded into custody of the NIA.
Yeah, Ishan. Okay, Ishan, stay with us. Stay with these pictures. It's a big moment also because the Bishnoi gang has been wanted for a very long time and they're behind so many crimes. So take our viewers through the different crimes that he will be tried for. Ishan, the different cases, why he's wanted by India.
there are a total of 18 FIRs, 18 cases registered against him. The initial investigation established a critical connection between the Bishnoi gang and the BKI, a terrorist organization. Charge sheet revealed that the gang and BKI had jointly conspired to spread terrorism across India through targeted killings, extortions, arms smuggling, and drug trafficking. The investigation also uncovered evidence of that the syndicate coordinates with Pakistan-based BKI operatives, including Halvinder Singh. Now, Halvinder Singh is a very key pro-Khalistani figure who had ordered the RPG attack on the Punjab State Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali. According to the NIA's charge sheet, Lawrence Bishnoi's gang operates an organized crime syndicate comparable to around 700 shooters distributed across multiple states. Now, these gang members reportedly have significant presence in Punjab, Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi, and Uttar Pradesh since 2015. The NIA has also conducted coordinated multi-state raids and has seized assets in January 2024. The agency conducted sweeping raids across 32 locations. Thereafter, in 2024, Canada had also declared the Bishnoi gang as a terror organization. Now, this declaration of the Bishnoi gang as a terror organization by the Canadian authorities helped the impetus of the Indian authorities to bring Bishnoi back to India to face justice. Now he is being presented before the NIA court and charges have been levied against Bishnoi and he will be sought for detention and remand under the same.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at these pictures of Anmol Bishnoi. Anmol Bishnoi is wanted by India, deported. Look at him, that's the first time that we could see his face clearly after he was deported by India. And someone who's wanted for different crimes in India. He's accused in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. And he's landed in India. And he's facing at least 18 cases that are registered against India. And he's someone who controlled the finances of the Bishnoi gang, not just in India, but in several countries in Europe, Latin America. Give us some details. Give us some details of why he's critical to the financing of the crime network of the Bishnoi gang. Ishan.
The NIA has registered multiple offences against him regarding hawala and financing or terror financing cases under UAPA. He used to use the money generated by smuggling drugs, ammunition and extortion to be factored into providing aid and support to the BKI and other pro-Khalistani groups both in India and abroad. So NIA conducted these coordinated high-profile cases that were, first of all, being investigated by separate agencies and now are being investigated under a singular umbrella, where the Baba Siddiqui murder being the key case under which Anmol Bishnoi is being brought back to India. Anmol Bishnoi is also the main accused in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case and the firing outside Salman Khan's residence in 2024.
की टीम जो है अरेस्ट कर चुकी है, लेकिन भारत के अंदर अनमोल बिश्नोई वो ऐसे कौन से लड़के थे जिनसे डायरेक्ट संपर्क करता था और उनको जो आदेश देता था, क्योंकि विदेश में बैठ के भारत के अंदर या दिल्ली एनसीआर के अंदर किसी पे घर पे फायरिंग करवाना, एक्सटॉर्शन मंगवाना और किसी बड़ी वारदात को अंजाम देना, ये पूरा काम जो था अनमोल बिश्नोई को सौंपा गया था, क्योंकि अनमोल बिश्नोई के ऊपर जो है
Yeah. Okay, while we're waiting Sahil's feed, some more details that we're picking up of Anmol's role in the Baba Siddiqui murder. Anmol Bishnoi has maintained constant contact with Baba Siddiqui shooters through Snapchat, which has been established by investigators. He used a Snapchat account name called Bhanu, and the same Anmol Bishnoi was also involved in the planning of the murder of singer Sidhu Moosewala in May 2022. High-profile murders, one of a singer and one of a politician belonging to the NCP. Now, Anmol was Lawrence's right-hand man. He was living abroad. He ordered extortion, threats, hit jobs, controlled the syndicate worldwide through encrypted apps. That's how he functioned, through encrypted apps. He also established criminal networks in West Asia, East Africa and North America from the details we're picking up. And that is why he's one of India's most wanted, and he's being brought back, he's been deported. Now there is a reason why he's being deported. He's originally a resident of Fazilka in Punjab. He's one of India's most wanted criminals. The NIA had earlier placed a bounty on his head, and investigations had earlier revealed that he fled to Nepal using a fake passport, reached US via Dubai and Kenya, detained in US last November, and then the deportation process began, which has now been completed. And on returning to India, he's been taken into NIA custody, and as we speak is at the Patiala House Court. In fact, Baba Siddiqui's family had earlier also released a copy of the email received from the US. The family, of course, has been fighting for justice. His son, Zishan, of course, has been in the middle of this, and we are sticking to these pictures coming in right now. He's been deported from the US. He's the brother, also the close aide of dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, and the entire Bishnoi gang that gets its name from the family. Chandrakala is now joining us on the phone line. Chandrakala, what happens next legally once, now that he's deported, he's in custody, NIA custody, the different cases that he'll be tried for and the procedure for it?
Well, absolutely. Now we are actually at the Patiala House Court, where, of course, the entire team is inside. He has been brought here in the Patiala House Court, and after that, of course, we know that the NIA will be seeking a remand for Anmol Bishnoi, and, of course, 14 days custody. He'll be put in 14 days custody under NIA. That's what we are learning. And after that, of course, the proceeding will take place. The proceeding is going to take place. There are certain formalities that you have to go through, of course, as far as this immigration is also concerned. So a very crucial development now that we know that the Gangster Anmol Bishnoi has been on the run since 2022. He had been operating from the US, and he's the 19th accused linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi syndicate. And of course, his role was established in the NIA March 2023 charge sheet, which detailed how he provided support to terrorist Gol Ibrar, or for that matter, Lawrence Bishnoi, to carry out multiple terror attacks across the country. So yes, he has been now extradited back to India. He will be facing the law. There are certain formalities before the proceeding starts. But yes, the NIA will be investigating now what we are learning right at this moment. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll move on now and get you more details in a bit. The hearing itself is on in the Patiala House Court in Delhi. Congress party in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor kept questioning the government again and again and again, asking whether we had actually lost any Rafales to Pakistan firing. They claim some of our jets fell from the skies hit by Pakistani missiles. Now, that's what Pakistan had claimed. And China had also amplified this propaganda. Republic TV has accessed details of a report. It is an American report, but the American report goes into great details of how China tried to initiate the disinformation campaign, essentially to hinder sales of the Rafales. This is a US report, speaks about the grey zone warfare, the Chinese grey zone activities. And in this report, it speaks of how China, in the aftermath of the clashes between India and Pakistan, had initiated this disinformation campaign. They tried to hinder the sales of the Rafale jets. And this report also talks of Rafale sales being targeted to favor the Chinese J-35 stealth jets. China, according to this American report, used artificial intelligence images of the debris to show strikes by their weaponry. And fake imagery was also shown as part of Chinese attempts of how planes were destroyed. Now, this is what the report says. And it adds up because Congress party, which has been historically seen as a party that has taken a pro-China stance on many issues, while questioning the central government during these issues, even during Operation Sindoor, the immediate aftermath, raised Rafale again and again, kept questioning our forces again and again, asking if we had lost any Rafale jets. Was there a Congress hand in the Chinese campaign? Now, that's the question. These are some of the comments. You can decide for yourself how they went on confronting our armed forces. Ishan, I think if you try and match the timing of it, the timing matches, right? The campaign matches, the intent matches to try and embarrass Rafales.
Absolutely. The entire incident took place over a period of time after Operation Sindoor. Once Operation Sindoor concluded, this propaganda that Rafales of the Indian Air Force had been down
was started from the Chinese and Pakistani Twitter handles. Once the Chinese and Pakistani Twitter handles started saying this, the Congress government also questioned on whether how many Rafales had the Indian government lost. But this was then proved to be wrong. And now this document from the US government clearly states that the propaganda sites of China and Pakistan were using multiple handles to promote AI-based footage and AI-based imagery and showing debris of drones that India had shot down and purporting them to be debris of Rafale aircraft. This propaganda also continued further when Chinese embassies were being used to provide misinformation to various organizations wherein they were discouraging other countries from buying Rafale and citing Operation Sindoor and the conflict at the Indian border as the prime litigant and their prima facie proof that the Rafale aircraft is bad and trying to sell their own aircraft, that is the J-35 and J-10. We all saw that the J-35 and J-10 or the JF-17 Thunder of the Pakistan, which is all being provided by China to Pakistan, were successfully shot down by the Indian Air Force, and multiple aircraft of the Pakistani Air Force were shot down, and we even provided critical evidence, satellite and radar-based imagery showing
Ishan,
evidence. However,
Ishan, be with me for a second because I'm getting in a response right now, so sorry to interrupt you there. Major General A.K. Sivaj joining us on the phone line. General Sivaj, you know, there is this report, the US report talks about the campaign of the Chinese in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, of them initiating this disinformation to specifically hinder the sales of the Rafales. Aim was to target and favor Chinese J-35 jets. They used AI images of the debris, claimed it was the debris of Rafale to show strikes by their weaponry or Chinese weaponry, to claim that it was they who destroyed the Rafales. Now, only one question, General Sivaj. There were political parties here in India who echoed, amplified that lie. And we know that political party. It appears the timing matches, and it's a clear match of what they were trying to do, even in Parliament.
Absolutely. See, the point is that the Indian political setup should be what Indian forces are saying, the nation is saying. In case of war, the country must fight as a one unit. You know, you can play politics within yourself. But when it's a question of nation, then we all should speak on one platform and in one voice. Now, as far as this Operation Sindoor is concerned, this grows down taxes which they applied by China, rightfully they were quite worried because what has happened is all those weapons which were of Chinese origin used by Pakistan failed completely. Their air-to-air PL-15 missile not able to hit the target. It fell down, without firing or hitting anything in India. It JF-17, J-10C, not able to hit any target. Then you see H-29 and H-215 air defense system could not do anything against our missile rockets. They went with impunity, hit their air defense system, as well as also on night 6-7, we destroyed the 9 terror infrastructure. And on 9-10, we basically neutralized their 6-7 aircraft and also made sure that their 11 frontline airfields were not in operational condition because we hit their runway. And this is what exactly has happened in Operation Sindoor. Within 88 hours, Pakistan was on its knees. And the beauty was the weapon system which they were using of Chinese origin, they were exposed completely. And what they are talking about, J-35. J-35 is a failed aircraft, what they are 5th generation aircraft. As well as Rafale 4.5 generation aircraft is a time-tested aircraft. It has been participated in so many places. It has taken place in Latin America, that in African countries, it has taken place part in Afghanistan. So the question comes here that the Chinese were backing a wrong horse as a Pakistan during Operation Sindhu. They tried disinformation, misinformation. All these tactics failed completely. And Pakistan got the beating. Also, Chinese weapon system was completely exposed during Operation Sindhu. Now, one thing happened. Immediately after Operation Sindhu, that there were 2-3 countries which had given order for their basically PL-15 as well as JF-10C aircraft. They also cancelled that. That is the aftermath of Operation.
Now, I'll tell you one more, General Sivach, I'll tell you one more bit of information as I thank you. The irony is there are no buyers for China's J-35. As of this minute, there is nothing on record to say that they are going to buy it. Nobody is buying it. There's no recorded purchase by any nation. Whereas, you contrast that to Sindoor. And I had a graphic. If I have that graphic, I can pull it out. There are no buyers for China's J-35. No recorded purchase by any nation. But you see, Rafale, Ukraine has ordered 100 Rafale jets in the last few days. India has ordered 26 Rafale marine jets. Indonesia has signed the deal for 42 Rafale. So Rafale is a better jet and it's doing better. And it appears that in their battle, in the defense battle, they tried to malign India. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with your inputs there, General Sivach. It's ironic and sad that Indian political parties were party to this campaign. INS Sahyadri participated in the sea phase of exercise Malabar 2025 from the 13th to the 17th of November. The 4-day high-tempo sea phase included anti-submarine warfare, visit, board, search and seizure, gunnery firing, underway replenishment and cross-deck helicopter operations. Now, in addition, sea riders were also exchanged between the participating ships to share best practices and to enhance mutual understanding. We've got some of the raw videos here on Republic Defense of this ongoing exercise. The defense videos are on your screen. Taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, Air India has asked the government for a subsidy. They want taxpayers to cough up 4,000 crore rupees for Operation Sindoor impact. That meeting at the Prime Minister's office is concluded. The meeting was at the PMO. Full details coming up. Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar, not named in the land scam. Scam proven, deal cancelled, but the alleged scamsters nowhere in the picture, getting political cover perhaps.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan
claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting $38.5 billion in machinery and chemicals, while importing $33.8 billion in semiconductors and components. Any blockage could cripple Japan's economy, which relies on Taiwan for over 60% of its advanced chip supply. Additionally, Japan hosts about 54,000 U.S. troops across bases in Okinawa and elsewhere, positions that could draw fire in a crisis. Japan's post-World War II constitution restricts its self-defense forces to defensive roles, but 2015 legal reforms allow collective self-defense aid to allies under severe threats. Historical friction lingers from Japan's 1937 to 1945 occupation of Chinese territory, which caused an estimated 20 million Chinese deaths, though economic ties, totaling $317 billion in 2024, have fostered cautious cooperation. Taiwan produces 92% of the world's most advanced semiconductors, powering everything from smartphones.
On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi is dragged back on Indian soil, hearing at the Patiala House Court. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images, China to hinder the sales of French Rafale aircraft. 272 eminent signatories write open letters against Rahul Gandhi's tarnished campaign on ECI. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans are part of the signatories. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupee subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor impact. Meeting at PMO concludes. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in 300 crore Pune land deal report. And Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Good evening, welcome to Republic. Our top focus on the run since 2022 wanted gangster. We'll go to that story, but before that, the Pune land scam case that's grabbed our attention. Now we come to know that in the 300 crore land scam, there is no naming of Ajit Pawar's son. Picking up more details in the Pawar land deal case, a police diary entry has reportedly detailed an incident in which security personnel described as bouncers were allegedly sent to forcibly take control of a parcel of government-owned land, with the notes indicating the attempt was linked to Parth Pawar. The diary record forms part of an ongoing inquiry.
देखिए, उस प्रकरण में एक कमेटी गठित की थी। उस कमेटी के अंतर्गत यहाँ पर पूरी जांच हो गई है। जांच के जो कमेटी थी उनका अगर आप रिकॉर्ड देखोगे तो वो लोग आज तक ब्यूरोक्रेसी में निष्कलंक लोग, निष्पक्ष लोग हैं, जिन्होंने आज तक जहाँ भी जॉब किया है किसी पार्टी के लिए नहीं तो जनता के लिए, जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी के नियमों के अधीन रहकर वहाँ पर उन्होंने काम किया है। अभी ये जो मतलब जो लोग आरोप कर रहे हैं वो खाली राजनीति के फायदे के लिए, अभी यहाँ पर लोकल बॉडी का इलेक्शन चल रहा है उसके लिए ये आरोप कर रहे हैं। इनके आरोप जानबूझकर अजीत दादा को डैमेज करने के लिए आरोप है। अजीत दादा ने खुद कमेटी बिठाई थी, कमेटी में कोई भी निष्पक्ष की तरीके से जांच हो गया, ऐसा दादा ने खुद बोला था।
लेकिन जिस तरह से एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, अभी कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट आई उसमें भी नाम नहीं है, तो लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि आखिर अजीत पवार क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम है।
देखिए, जो लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन्होंने अगर ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स पढ़े होते, कायदा कानून समझ में आता, तो ये लोग इस तरीके से बात नहीं करते, क्योंकि पावर ऑफ अटर्नी उस कंपनी की दूसरे बंदे को दिया, उसने पूरा व्यवहार किया। जिसके पास पावर ऑफ अटर्नी होती है उसके ऊपर जो भी कंपनी का नुकसान हो, फायदा हो, वो देखता है। अगर वो कर रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर ये हुआ है, तो जो मेन पर्सन है उसके ऊपर कभी, मतलब कायदे के अंतर्गत वो कभी उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होती। वो लोग जानबूझकर खाली पवार सरनेम देखकर उनको कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट करना है।
Despite of his company, Media Enterprise purchased that land and he owned 99% of share of this company. What is your reaction on it?
It is very surprising and shocking that the Inspector General of Police of Maharashtra formed 3 members committee to look into the involvement of this 300 crores rupees scam. When the ownership is belonging to Parth Pawar, 90%, the whole deal has taken place on behalf of his company, and there is lot of other say or lot of documents are there to show that they cannot bifurcate or separate Mr. Parth Pawar individually and the company separately. So this is nothing but I think that it is just an eyewash. There is no seriousness. And people also knew that Parth Pawar will be spared in this kind of inquiry. They will just hold it for the namesake, and they will see that they will indemnify Mr. Parth Pawar's involvement because they are the part of this present government. So the present government doesn't want that the Ajit Pawar's government, which is supporting him, they should come in any problem.
When Republic TV earlier confronted Ajit Pawar on his son's involvement, here's what he had to say.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए।
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
US authorities are also probing videos that are linked to terrorist Umar Nabi after 4 clips were reportedly extracted from a mobile phone said to belong to him, which had since been handed over to the NIA. According to investigative details, Umar allegedly gave the phone to his brother during a visit to Srinagar and later instructed him to dispose of it in a drain near their home. Umar's brother was subsequently arrested on the night of the Delhi blast, with investigators claiming that the phone was dumped following Umar's instructions as part of efforts to conceal evidence. Let me also now go across to Shamvi, who's joining us live from the Al Falaha University. Shamvi, you've been camping there for the last few days. What are the details that you're picking up? We've seen the ED has raided Al Falaha University. We've also seen the Delhi police has filed FIRs. What details are you picking up?
It can be seen that our sources are saying that similar behavior was seen from Umar's end when Umar had 2 phones. In one of the CCTV footage that Republic was showing our viewers, where he had 2 phones in his hands and he offered one phone to one of the medical shop owners and proceeded to sit there looking very tensed. And later on, those 2 phones were not found at the blast site. So this is being connected to this incident that earlier these two phones being disposed of and another phone that Umar had asked his brother to dispose of, and that those videos could hold crucial information. Those videos could hold surveillance videos that they would have taken of the target, prospective target of the places that they were targeting for the blast, or they could also hold crucial information in relation to this new person called Danish, who has come up as the technical backbone of this terrorist doctor module that could hold information regarding the consolidation of the IEDs and the blast that they were carrying out. So this is the latest update where the investigators had got to know about this new disposed of phone. Back to you.
All right, Shamvi, thank you for giving us those details. The top focus will continue tracking. Meanwhile, viewers, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has also questioned the agencies of a continuing violence in the region, remarking that while blasts are avoided in Delhi, similar tragedies persist in Jammu and Kashmir, costing innocent lives. He said Union Territory had witnessed decades of bloodshed and recalled assurances given in 2019 that such incidents would end.
चंद लोग उसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, लेकिन एक ऐसा तासुर पैदा करने की कोशिश की गई कि इसमें हम सब जो है कसूरवार हैं, हम सब इसमें मिले हुए हैं। आज तो ना दिल्ली में जम्मू कश्मीर के रजिस्ट्रेशन वाली गाड़ी चलाना भी एक जुर्म के तौर पर समझा जाता है। मैं खुद अपनी गाड़ी, जब मेरे पास अपने ज्यादा सिक्योरिटी वाले नहीं होते, मैं खुद सोचता ना मैं गाड़ी निकालूं या ना निकालूं, पता नहीं कौन साइड करके रोकेगा, पूछेगा ना आप हो कहां से, क्या कर रहे हो, यहाँ पे क्यों आए हो।
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A high-level panel probing a 300 crore rupee Pune land deal linked to a firm associated with Ajit Pawar's son Parth has found 3 accused guilty of wrongdoing. The report had been submitted to the joint IGI of registration, highlights several violations in the registration of the sale agreement for 40 acres of government land in Mundwa, while making no mention of Parth Pawar. The NIA on 19th November arrested Anmol Bishnoi, brother and aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, after his deportation from the US, wanted for crimes including the killings of Baba Siddiqui, Sidhu Moziwala and firing at Salman Khan's home. Anmol had been absconding since 2022. And Air India had asked the government for permission to use Chinese airspace and a 4,000 crore rupee subsidy, citing heavy fuel and crew overtime costs after global airspace disruptions. Despite all airline facing detours, Air India is the only one seeking taxpayer support. A high-level PMO meeting has reviewed the request. Men in green turned men in blue today as courage met pure sporting passion. During exercise Mitra Shakti 11, Indian and Sri Lankan contingents stepped off the exercise area and onto the cricket field, transforming the ground into a vibrant arena of camaraderie and brotherhood. What followed was a high-energy friendly match where teamwork replaced tactics and cheers abound. In those moments, uniforms don't define them, the spirit of friendship did. Bus accident at Sinar bus stand in Nasik, Maharashtra has taken place. The ST bus went straight onto the platform. People were waiting. The breaking news coming in for the bus. The bus crushed them. The accident occurred due to brake failure. One child has also died in this accident and 4 people have been injured. This is the tragic accident that has happened in Nasik, and this is the news that has just come in, where the ST bus accident has happened at Sinar bus stand in Nasik in Maharashtra. The ST bus had gone into the platform. People were waiting for the bus and the bus went into the platform, crushing them. The accident occurred, it's being now said, due to brake failure. There was one child who died in the accident, and there were also 4 people who were injured. It's Air India that's in the headlines once again, but this time for all the wrong reasons. Again, when Operation Sindoor took place, the whole nation celebrated. But it seems Air India was more focused on recuperating their losses, and that's exactly why they claim that they deserve a 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the Indian government, a claim which comes with a lot of controversy.
Air India is back at the government's doorstep, this time with a demand that has triggered immediate questions and serious pushback. After Operation Sindoor and the subsequent airspace disruptions, several international routes tightened. But while every airline faced detours, only Air India is asking a huge taxpayer-funded bailout. The carrier has sought an urgent intervention from the PMO, where a high-level meeting has concluded. And the ask is staggering. Air India is seeking permission to use Chinese airspace and a 40,000 crore subsidy to cover mounting losses. Air India says that the detours post the Pahalgam terror attack have caused fuel burn, crew time extensions, citing mounting operational losses. But here's the real question. If every airline is flying longer routes, why is only Air India claiming crisis-level losses? Should public money be used to compensate a private airline?
In this meeting with the PMO officials, the Secretary from Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Chairman of Airport Authority of India and the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson himself was present at the meeting, requesting the PMO that there's an immense, huge, heavy loss which Air India is bearing these days, and there's a fuel costing, there's a crew costing, and there's a high hotel stay and the maintenance and other costs which Air India is bearing right now because of the closure of the Pakistan airspace. And the meeting went on for half an hour. It's very upsetting and surprising at the same time for everyone, for all those families of the victims who lost their loved ones in the Pahalgam terror attack. And here in Air India and PPD is precisely mentioning that after the Pahalgam terror attack, there has been detour around the Pakistan airspace, the flights which are going to North America, UK and also in the several parts of Middle East, everywhere. Additional 49 to 50 minutes is taking for the aircraft to go, and that is the reason Air India is an immense loss, and the government should help Air India and give the subsidy of rupees 4,000 crore.
Meanwhile, when Republic confronted Air India CEO Campbell Wilson on this controversial demand, he had no clear answers.
Mr. Wilson, Air India is seeking temporary subsidy from government over...
Good morning, Harsha. How are you? How are you, Harsha, today? Nice to see you again.
Yes, but you have to respond to the questions. Why Air India is seeking temporary
I wish you good morning.
Subsidy?
Good morning. It's nice to see you.
But 4,000 crore temporary subsidy.
No. Good morning.
Not good morning, but we are asking the questions here. Why Air India is seeking temporary subsidy after the Pakistan?
And even families connected by the Pahalgam terror attack questioned the airline stance.
After months, a corporate company coming out and claiming 4,000 crores in the name of an operation done against terrorism. This is something which I believe is not justifiable in any way. First of all, no other airlines had made any kind of demand apart from Air India. So they should stop playing victims in this kind of scenarios.
As the meeting concludes at PMO, big question remains. Can a private airline claim 4,000 crores from taxpayer funds and is using Chinese airspace a genuine operational need?
Scam proven, deal scrapped, Pawar protected. Ajit Pawar's son spared in the land scam. Officials have been sacrificed. Owner of the company, Parth Pawar, spared. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Was Congress pushing China's anti-Rafale campaign? American report exposes the campaign against Rafale. Did Congress push the Chinese line on Rafale jets? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं तो आप अंदाजा।
If you were to make a statement supporting terrorism or the acts of terrorists, so if you were to try and build a rationale for acts of terrorism, that the local policeman would come to your house, arrest you. If you were to put such a comment on social media, rightly so, you would be facing charges, you would be in jail. But if you're from the Congress, nothing would happen. If you're Farooq Abdullah, nothing will happen. If you're Hussain Dalwai, nothing will happen. If you're from the PDP, despite the central government being a BJP government, nothing will happen. These are not just apologists. These are people who are making a strong case for terrorists. Is politics an act? If it was not an act, then why are these people not facing charges? Why is the central government not going against them? If you believe we need to be a hard state not in terms of statement but in reality, then support Republic.
Air India wants Sindoor subsidy. A controversial demand by Air India. Air India blames losses on Pahalgam fallout. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to
Big win for the Indian agencies after the Haryana wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi has been dragged back to India. What happens next as NIA takes custody? We'll tell you on the show this evening at 6 p.m. Also, we get you details on how China was carrying out a disinformation campaign against Rafale post Operation Sindoor, and also how Parth Pawar's name has been omitted from the land deal scam. We'll tell you all that and much more on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir as
Scam proven, deal scrapped, Pawar protected. Ajit Pawar's son spared in the land scam. Officials have been sacrificed. Owner of the company, Parth Pawar, spared. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers. The big story is the extradition of the dreaded gangster, most wanted gangster, Anmol Bishnoi. He has been dragged back to Indian soil, and the message being sent out is no criminal who indulges in any anti-India activity or any heinous crime will be spared, no matter in which corner of the world he is. So Second story on 6 Story at 6 is the Pahalgam subsidy, viewers. Air India today knocked the doors of the PMO seeking the subsidy for what losses they incurred during Pahalgam. They're also looking for a China route, looking for permission to use the Chinese airspace. We'll tell you more on that. Story number 3 is the anti-Rafale campaign that has been initiated for a long time by China, that has been now highlighted in a US report. Now the question arises, did Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party parrot China's line? Was there an understanding? We'll tell you more about that. Also, and story number 4, viewers, is the updates in the 10/11 conspiracy. More evidence have been gathered. The Al Falah University chairperson, the founder, is under arrest now. And there are voices for sympathies for those terrorists continue to echo in the valley. And finally, we'll also tell you about the land scam case of Pune land scam case. Ajit Pawar's son's name is omitted, is missing from the report. And story number 6 is the showdown at the White House as Trump jumps in to defend Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, on the Jamal Khashoggi case. He goes on to even threaten a reporter for that. Let's start with the extradition of the most wanted gangster, viewers. After terrorist Tahavur Rana's extradition, the 26/11 conspirator Tahavur Rana's extradition, a most wanted gangster, Anmol Bishnoi, the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, has been dragged back to India. It's a significant breakthrough as in dismantling this Bishnoi gang's global network. Anmol Bishnoi is facing charges that relate to extortion, organized crime and murder. The Bishnoi gang has been linked to various high-profile crimes that includes the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui. The message being sent out, viewers, is very clear. New Delhi says that no one working against the nation, indulging in crimes openly and then fleeing and weaving this entire global network will not be spared. Here's what transpired all throughout the day.
A big win for India. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi was taken into custody by the NIA immediately after being deported from the US and landing at Delhi's IGI airport. Wanted in connection with the killing of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui, firing at Bollywood star Salman Khan's residence in April 2024, the killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, among other crimes. Anmol was deported from the United States on Tuesday. He was detained in the US in November last year. The Bishnoi gang, led by Lawrence Bishnoi and his brother Anmol, operates extensively in North America, a key hub for their international operations. Anmol, the gang's overseas central strategist, plans extortions, killings and money laundering activities from the US. The gang has been using encrypted communication channels to coordinate their activities, routing Hawala money to countries like Canada and Thailand. A key figure in the Bishnoi gang's global operations, Anmol, was the former associate of Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. The Bishnoi gang operated across 4 states in India, including Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and Delhi. The arrest of Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, marks a significant breakthrough in the fight against organized crime. The deportation is seen as a major diplomatic and investigative success, with Indian agencies working closely with US authorities to bring Anmol to justice.
And in the latest, Anmol has been produced in the NIA court. That's the latest update. Meanwhile, shifting focus to other big stories. Air India is once again in the headlines for the wrong reasons. It's this time is for the Pahalgam subsidy that they are now seeking. When Operation Sindhu took place, the entire nation, in fact, had lauded the efforts of our forces. But it seems that Air India was more focused on recuperating with their losses, and they continue to lament that. And that's exactly why they claim that they deserve a 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the Indian government. That is, of course, from the pocket of the taxpayer, the exchequer. It's a claim that comes in with a lot of controversy, viewers. And today they were at the PMO. There was a high-level meeting that was held at the Prime Minister's office, as they also sought the use of Chinese airspace. Take a look.
Air India is back at the government's doorstep, this time with a demand that has triggered immediate questions and serious pushback. After Operation Sindoor and the subsequent airspace disruptions, several international routes tightened. But while every airline faced detours, only Air India is asking a huge taxpayer-funded bailout. The carrier has sought an urgent intervention from the PMO, where a high-level meeting has concluded, and the ask is staggering. Air India is seeking permission to use Chinese airspace and a 40,000 crore subsidy to cover mounting losses. Air India says that the detours post the Pahalgam terror attack have caused fuel burn, crew time extensions, citing mounting operational losses. But here's the real question. If every airline is flying longer routes, why is only Air India claiming crisis-level losses? Should public money be used to compensate a private airline?
In this meeting with the PMO officials, the Secretary from Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Chairman of Airport Authority of India and the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson himself was present at the meeting, requesting the PMO that there's an immense, huge, heavy loss which Air India is bearing these days, and there's a fuel costing, there's a crew costing, and there's a high hotel stay and the maintenance and other costs which Air India is bearing right now because of the closure of the Pakistan airspace. And the meeting went on for half an hour. It's very upsetting and surprising at the same time for everyone, for all those families of the victims who lost their loved ones in the Pahalgam terror attack. And here in Air India and PPD is precisely mentioning that after the Pahalgam terror attack, there has been detour around the Pakistan airspace, the flights which are going to North America, UK and also in the several parts of Middle East, everywhere. Additional 49 to 50 minutes is taking for the aircraft to go, and that is the reason Air India is in immense loss, and the government should help Air India and give the subsidy of rupees 4,000 crore.
Meanwhile, when Republic confronted Air India CEO Campbell Wilson on this controversial demand, he had no clear answers.
Mr. Wilson, Air India is seeking temporary subsidy from government over...
Good morning, Harsha. How are you? How are you, Harsha, today? Nice to see you again.
Yes, but you have to respond to the questions. Why Air India is seeking
I wish you good morning.
Subsidy?
Good morning. It's nice to see you.
But 4,000 crore temporary subsidy.
No. Good morning.
Not good morning, but we are asking the questions here. Why Air India is seeking temporary subsidy after the Pakistan airspace?
And even families connected by the Pahalgam terror attack questioned the airline stance.
After months, a corporate company coming out and claiming 4,000 crores in the name of an operation done against terrorism. This is something which I believe is not justifiable in any way. First of all, no other airlines had made any kind of demand apart from Air India. So they should stop playing victims in this kind of scenarios.
As the meeting concludes at PMO, big question remains. Can a private airline claim 4,000 crores from taxpayer funds and is using Chinese airspace a genuine operational need?
This review report has uncovered a China-led disinformation campaign that was launched after Operation Sindoor, after the terror attack in Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor. And the report said that China used fake social media accounts and AI-generated images of supposed Rafale debris to push the claim that the jets were destroyed, all to promote its own J-35 fighters, who really does not have any takers. In fact, we was back in July also, the French officials and French Defense Ministry officials had also said that there was a campaign that was being run by the Chinese against the Rafale fighters, using their officials in the embassies, using their envoys as well. And now this report has also reiterated the same facts. Here's more how Congress seemingly also parroted the same tone what China has been singing. The question arises, was this a Congress-backed campaign?
It started with a tragedy and escalated into a high-stakes showdown. In April, a deadly terror attack took place in Kashmir's Pahalgam. India's response was swift and surgical, as was seen during Operation Sindoor.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे
It was Indian Air Force Chief, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, who had confirmed the mission's success. 5 Pakistani fighter jets and a massive surveillance aircraft.
3 of their hangars in 3 different stations have been damaged, and in that hangar as well as on tarmac, we have signs of one C-130 class of aircraft, one AEWC class of aircraft, and at least 4 to 5 fighter aircraft, most likely F-16, because that base happened to be F-16, which would have been under maintenance that time. Along with that, one SAM system, which has been destroyed. And so these are the strikes that, the destruction that has taken place on ground by our strikes.
And now, a report by an American agency has uncovered a massive disinformation campaign against Rafale. The US-China Economic and Security Review Commission's annual report lays it bare. China exploited the India-Pakistan flare-up with grey zone tactics. Fake social media accounts flooded with AI-generated images of Rafale debris painted a false picture. The goal was to smear the Rafale's reputation on the world stage and hype China's own J-35 stealth fighter as the superior choice. The campaign is being seen as opportunistic warfare, timed right after Operation Sindoor, aimed to undermine India's momentum and peddle Beijing's defense exports. But what is shocking is that this narrative has been parroted by Congress in India. While Beijing attempted to hinder Rafale's sale, Congress attacked the government, claiming Rafales were shot down by Pakistan. They echoed the Chinese line to peddle fake news time and again. They questioned repeatedly the armed forces, asking for sabut while operations were on. Has the Congress been hand in glove with China in pushing the anti-Rafale discourse? Now, the 10/11 Delhi terror attack probe has now exploded into a multi-layered investigation that spans from Kashmir, terror financing, cross-border threats and explosive digital evidence from terrorist Umar Nabi. What began as a single blast has now exposed an entire ecosystem. The epicenter, Al-Falah University's chairperson in the latest has been arrested. Lakhs of rupees in cash has been recovered from one of the trustees. Entire funding of this university is being investigated. While the agencies are working round the clock, security forces turning no stone unturned to fight against terror. Voices of sympathy, viewers, for these white-collar jihadis continue to be raised. Like mother, like daughter. Mehbooba Mufti's daughter and PDP leader, Iltija Mufti, has gone on to justify them, calling it a vicious cycle that has led to the educated youth in the valley to turn to terrorism. Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir, Umar Abdullah, is not far behind. Take a look at this report. The Delhi blast investigators have pulled out 4 explosive videos from terrorist Umar Nabi's phone. These videos, recovered after advanced digital extraction, have now been handed over to the NIA. The probe further reveals Umar had secretly passed this phone to his younger brother during a visit to Srinagar, instructing him to dump it in a drain outside their home, a planned destruction of evidence. The finances behind radical networks are also under the lens. The Al-Falah owner has been arrested in another case.
Enforcement Directorate has made a major arrest in the Al-Falah University money laundering case. The ED has taken into custody Javed Ahmad Siddiqui, the chairperson of Al-Falah Group and the man who effectively controls the Al-Falah Trust. According to ED, the man was taken into custody when the investigators found links that large amount of fund was being diverted from the trust to family-owned companies, including contracts of construction and catering to companies which were linked to his wife and children.
Trust founder Javed Siddiqui was picked up last night, hours after agencies seized around 35 lakh rupees in cash from a trustee.
The ED has seized a cash of over 48 lakhs, digital devices, documents and details related to the shell companies. In a major development, the Delhi court has remanded Javed Siddiqui to a 13-day ED custody, finding that there are reasonable grounds to believe that he did commit the offence of money laundering. The ED is now on the track of tracing the full money trail and finding out the extent of the proceeds of crime.
As new details emerge and more arrests are made, Omar Abdullah, the chief minister, is doing exactly what he should not have: play the victim card, saying all Kashmiris are being targeted.
दिल्ली में जो हुआ, चंद लोग उसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं, लेकिन एक ऐसा तासुर पैदा करने की कोशिश की गई कि इसमें हम सब जो है कसूरवार हैं, हम सब इसमें मिले हुए हैं। आज तो ना दिल्ली में जम्मू कश्मीर के रजिस्ट्रेशन वाली गाड़ी चलाना भी एक जुर्म के तौर पर समझा जाता है।
Meanwhile, Iltija Mufti of the PDP too has attempted to justify the terrorists, calling for introspection as to why educated individuals have turned to terror. Opposition politicians seem intent on targeting India, and in the process, they are giving Pakistan a clean chit.
Now, committee probing the controversial 300 crore rupee land deal in Pune submitted its report, and it does not name Parth Pawar, who is the son of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, the NCP leader, NCP chief. The panel, however, has indicted 3 people already named in this police FIR. But the question arises, who is shielding Parth Pawar? Here's the full story.
A 3-member committee, headed by Joint IGI Rajendra Muthe, has submitted its report in the 300 crore Mundhwa land deal case. The land, 43 acres, in Pune's upscale Mundhwa area, is government-owned and could not legally be sold. Yet, it was sold to Amedia Enterprises LLP, a firm in which Parth Pawar is a partner. The interim report spoke of irregularities in a plot valued at over 1,800 crores, sold for just 300 crores to Amedia Enterprises LLP. The state later scrapped the deal, calling the violations serious and deliberate. But investigators say Parth's name does not appear on any document linked to the sale. As a result, the committee report makes no reference to Parth Pawar. Instead, the committee has indicted 3 people named in the FIR: suspended Sub-Registrar Ravindra Taru, Digvijay Patel, who is Parth Pawar's business partner, and Sheetal Tejwani, who held the power of attorney on behalf of the land sellers.
This committee has held accountable 3 personals only, those name mentioned in sale deed. Now the question is, if someone is beneficiary from that land deal, why his or her name not mentioned in the report? Because we know that company which is involved in this Pune land scheme is Amedia Enterprise and is co-owned by Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. And all details, all papers are there only, and till date, the Parth Pawar is the co-owner of that company. Parth Pawar was beneficiared by these deals. Why his name not came in this report? That's why this report is raising questions.
Sub-Registrar Taru is accused of using a skip option in the registration system, bypassing mandatory checks on government land. The probe also found shocking financial gaps. The 300 crore deal should have attracted 21 crore in stamp duty, but the firm linked to Parth paid only Rs 500. Despite this, neither the FIR nor the committee report names Parth, even though he remains a director in the company at the center of the controversy. But the records show Parth Pawar signed the LLP resolution. He signed stamp duty waiver proposals worth crores, and his signature appears on internal registration approvals. These raise the question, if he signed key documents linked to the transaction, why is he not named in the findings? Officials maintain that the committee's mandate was narrow, limited to procedural lapses, not criminal liability. But critics argue that if parts signed resolutions, approvals and waiver requests, his role cannot be dismissed. A separate high-powered committee, headed by the Additional Chief Secretary, is now examining whether these signatures and approvals amount to greater responsibility. Meanwhile, Amedia Enterprises has been issued a notice to pay Rs 42 crores in stamp duty after the deal was cancelled. The company has 7 days to respond. And as documents repeatedly show Parth Pawar's signatures on key approvals, the central question remains, if it was his company and his paperwork, how was he not named in the probe report?
The US and Saudi Arabia approved a civilian nuclear deal and the sale of F-35 jets as Trump sought to brush the murder and dismemberment of the Washington Post columnist under the carpet. In fact, Trump raged at a woman journalist who asked the prince in the Oval Office about the case for embarrassing the Saudi royal on his first US trip since the murder, and called Khashoggi extremely controversial. Trump, in fact, escalated his confrontation with women journalists, calling a Bloomberg reporter piggy and a terrible reporter to an ABC News correspondent. He accused the channel of peddling fake news and also urged regulators to look at revoking its license. Basically, he was indirectly threatening the channel very much publicly at the White House. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump has frequently demonstrated his disdain for journalists. In one such incident on Tuesday, Trump lashed out at a reporter after she questioned the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on orchestrating the 2018 killing of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi by Saudi agents.
As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen, but he knew nothing about it.
Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is on his first White House visit in 7 years. Meanwhile, the Saudi Arabia Crown Prince denied any wrongdoing and said that Saudi Arabia did all the right things to investigate Khashoggi's death.
About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for, no real purpose or nothing illegal way, and it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
The US-Saudi relationship had deteriorated after Jamal Khashoggi's 2018 murder, with the US intelligence suggesting Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman likely ordered the operation. However, 7 years later, President Trump has strengthened ties with the 40-year-old prince, viewing him as crucial to shaping the Middle East's future. Trump then went on to lash out at an ABC reporter and her network over a question about releasing the Epstein files.
It's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC.
Trump was also asked about his family's business dealings in the kingdom, but Trump denied having any relation to those business deals. He pushed back on the notion and said there was conflict of interest.
Coming in right now, the NIA has been granted 11-day custody of Anmol Bishnoi. That's the big breaking news we have right now. He has been just been produced after being dragged back to India. There's the Patiala House Court, the NIA court in Patiala House Court. Now, NIA has got the 11-day custody of Anmol Bishnoi. That's the breaking news we have right now. Most wanted gangster. One of the most wanted gangster, Anmol Bishnoi, extradited back to India. He has been dragged back on Indian soil, and NIA now gets 11-day custody of Anmol Bishnoi. Okay, that's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We'll be right back with breaking updates on that story as we are keeping a very, very close eye on the NIA custody of Anmol Bishnoi. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Don't go anywhere.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back on Indian soil. Hearing at Patiala House Court has ended. 10 days custody to NIA. All right, the big breaking news that's coming in, and we're going to stay with that top focus now. NIA has granted 11 days custody. The Patiala House Court has granted Anmol Bishnoi's custody to NIA. He has been wanted in several murder cases, and now 11-day custody has been granted of Anmol Bishnoi. Patiala House Court has sent Anmol Bishnoi on 11-day NIA custody. The fugitive gangster who had been missing since 2022 has now been, his custody has now been granted for the next 11 days to the NIA. And this is the big breaking news that we're staying with us right now, viewers. Wanted in Moosewala's case, Baba Siddiqui's killing Anmol Bishnoi was first deported back to India. This was the big diplomatic win for India, and now the Patiala House Court, after hearing arguments, has now stated the fugitive gangster will be in 11 days of NIA custody. The visuals that are coming in are of the Patiala House Court. This is the jail part of it, where this is the gate part of it, where he's usually going to be brought out from. Let me go across to Chandrakala, who's joining us live on the story. Chandrakala, this is the big story as the extradition has taken place of the mastermind of the jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, his brother Anmol Bishnoi. 11 days custody has been given and granted of this gangster to the NIA.
Yes, absolutely. 11 days custody has been granted to NIA as far as the gangster Anmol Bishnoi is concerned. Now, what we are learning is that he has just left. Please, as we could see that the Anmol Bishnoi, the gangster Anmol Bishnoi has just left, is just leaving the Patiala House Court, and he will be heading towards the NIA headquarters. Of course, the NIA team is here. Security officials has been completely on high alert. Delhi police has been on high alert right at this moment, as we know that he has been on the run since 2022, and since then he has been operating from the US. Now, the fact that in 2023 the NIA remand note lays out the allegations against him in detail. The agency has told the court that only custodial interrogation can help uncover his associates, handlers, and financiers, and clarify how money was routed to sustain the entire Lawrence Bishnoi syndicate. He's the 19th accused linked to the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Of course, now we know that he has been providing all kind of support to Goldie Brar, the terrorists, of course, and Lawrence Bishnoi as far as carrying out various terrorist attacks are concerned from 2020 to 2022, 22 to 2023 for that matter. And he has been on the run since 2022. Now we know that last year on January, on India's request, as we can see, he's just leaving the Patiala House Court right at this moment. I would like my VJ to keep tracking, keep showing the visuals, which is coming just outside from the Patiala House Court, where the NIA team has brought him here. Of course, now interrogation is underway, and as we know that 11 days remand has been granted to NIA as far as his custody is concerned. Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. So here we can see that the entire Delhi police officials, other security officials are on high alert. This has been on, his extradition has been one of the most the topmost priority as far as after Rana. Of course, now it's Anmol, which is very important. It's a huge win for India, because since last year, as we know that it was in the year January that India has requested for his extradition, and after that, of course, the US State Department has taken up investigated this case, and as we know, in November 2024 last year, the US authority, the immigration authorities, has detained him as far as because he was traveling with fake passport. So yes, there are multiple such criminal charges against him, starting from extortion, murdering. Of course, he's one of the prime suspect as far as murdering of former Maharashtra minister, that's Baba Siddiqui, and also multiple charges against him, including the killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, for that matter. Of course, he's one of the prime suspect as far as shooting outside Salman Khan's residence, the Bollywood star's residence, is concerned. So yes, multiple such charges, and the custodial interrogation will now take place. As you can see, I can ask my VJ. That's Anmol Bishnoi leaving for NIA headquarters with a bulletproof. Of course, the fact that complete security, foolproof security has been granted to him. He has just left the NIA headquarters. The security officials has been deployed here right at this moment, and he now leaves for the NIA headquarters. As we know that 11 days custody has been granted to NIA, but yes, he has been in the list most wanted list as far as most wanted list in for NI, and also that Mumbai police, be it Haryana police or Delhi police, has been is on the list of these states, because there are multiple such criminal charges against him across the country, across the entire nation. As I have already mentioned, the prime suspect for murdering the NCP leader, Baba Siddiqui, for that matter. Back to you.
I think this is the big news that's also coming in. I want to stay with those visuals that are coming in from the Patiala House Court, dragged back from the United States. Anmol Bishnoi now heads to the NI headquarters. I think very crucial, Chandrakala, to stay with you and understand what the NI had said, because the NI had said so clearly that he is wanted in some of the biggest cases that we are speaking about. Inside the Patiala House Court, we are showing those visuals. Anmol Bishnoi is the 19th accused to be arrested for his involvement in the terror syndicate that is led by his brother Lawrence Bishnoi. He was charge-sheeted by the NI in 2023. For 2 years, the investigations against him have been going on. Also actively designated with terrorists like Goldie Brar, Lawrence Bishnoi, and he's committed terrorism and terrorist acts in the country from 2020 to 23. This is so critical because not only Tahavu Rana, but now from the United States, after we got Lakhwinder, another aide of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang back from the United States. This is now live pictures that are coming in of Anmol Bishnoi, who's been dragged back to India. I want to go back to Chandrakala. Chandrakala, give us more details about the charge sheets that are pending and the charges that are there against Anmol Bishnoi.
ट्राइपॉड ये अच्छा ले लिया ना हाँ चलो चलो
All right, I also want to tell our viewers that he has been brought back, and there are charges of terrorism and terror activities against Gangster Anmol Bishnoi. He was also engaged in extortion in India from foreign soil with the help of other gangsters. One of the key charges against him. Staying with those pictures from the Patiala House Court, let me go across to Ishan, also joining us. Ishan, the words from the NI are so clear. 11-day custody has been asked for. Full list of allegations against him are so clear. He's also been arrested as accused in the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui. He was charge-sheeted for various crimes, including aiding terrorism, Ishan.
Yeah, that is completely true. The most important factors in this case is the UAPA allegations being laid against the Anmol Bishnoi. Anmol Bishnoi has been charged under UAPA for his violations in Punjab, wherein the attack on the Special Investigative Unit of Punjab by Lawrence Bishnoi gang, wherein they used the rocket launchers to attack on it. This rocket launcher was smuggled in from Pakistan, and the Bishnoi gang has been using extortion and terror as a part of its modus operandi to raise funds, and now the smuggling operations from Canada and human smuggling from India to Canada was being conducted by this gang. Lawrence Bishnoi was the key accused in the October 2025 charge sheet, and is now being brought back to India by the agencies. Back to studio.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. The top focus that we'll continue tracking at this time. Viewers, the other top focus that we have right now, top government sources in the Air India case tell us that when Air India has asked the government to be given back 4,000 crore rupees as compensation, the matter of 4,000 crore subsidy will be evaluated and the matter will be taken up with other stakeholders on the requests that have been made by Air India. The likely third round of the meeting with the Ministry of Finance will also be taking place. This is the top focus and exclusive angle that we have been tracking right here at Republic TV. I want to try and go across to my colleague Harsha on this focused story. And Air India, while everybody has been speaking about Operation Sindoor and we are celebrating our victory in the third round of meetings to be held, Air India knocks at the PMO door asking for 4,000 crore relief amid soaring losses. Now, Air India also in the headlines once again. This time, like we said, once again for all the wrong reasons. When Operation Sindoor took place, the whole nation celebrated. But Air India was more focused on recuperating their losses. That's exactly why they're now claiming they deserve a 4,000 crore rupee subsidy from the Indian government, a claim which comes with a lot of controversy.
Air India is back at the government's doorstep, this time with a demand that has triggered immediate questions and serious pushback. After Operation Sindoor and the subsequent airspace disruptions, several international routes tightened. But while every airline faced detours, only Air India is asking a huge taxpayer-funded bailout. The carrier has sought an urgent intervention from the PMO, where a high-level meeting has concluded, and the ask is staggering. Air India is seeking permission to use Chinese airspace and a 40,000 crore subsidy to cover mounting losses. Air India says that the detours post the Pahalgam terror attack have caused fuel burn, crew time extensions, citing mounting operational losses. But here's the real question. If every airline is flying longer routes, why is only Air India claiming crisis-level losses? Should public money be used to compensate a private airline?
In this meeting with the PMO officials, the Secretary from Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Chairman of Airport Authority of India and the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson himself was present at the meeting, requesting the PMO that there's an immense, huge, heavy loss which Air India is bearing these days, and there's a fuel costing, there's a crew costing, and there's a high hotel stay and the maintenance and other costs which Air India is bearing right now because of the closure of the Pakistan airspace. And the meeting went on for half an hour. It's very upsetting and surprising at the same time for everyone, for all those families of the victims who lost their loved ones in the Pahalgam terror attack. And here in Air India and its PPD is precisely mentioning that after the Pahalgam terror attack, there has been detour around the Pakistan airspace, the flights which are going to North America, UK and also in the several parts of Middle East, everywhere. Additional 49 to 50 minutes is taking for the aircraft to go, and that is the reason Air India is an immense loss, and the government should help Air India and give the subsidy of rupees 4,000 crore.
Meanwhile, when Republic confronted Air India CEO Campbell Wilson on this controversial demand, he had no clear answers.
Mr. Wilson, Air India is seeking temporary subsidy from government over...
Good morning, Harsha. How are you? How are you, Harsha, today? Nice to see you again.
Yes, but you have to respond to the questions. Why Air India is seeking temporary
I'm wishing you good morning.
Subsidy?
Good morning. It's nice to see you.
But 4,000 crore temporary subsidy.
No. Good morning.
Not good morning, but we are asking the questions here. Why Air India is seeking temporary subsidy after the Pakistan airspace?
And even families connected by the Pahalgam terror attack questioned the airline stance.
After months, a corporate company coming out and claiming 4,000 crores in the name of an operation done against terrorism. This is something which I believe is not justifiable in any way. First of all, no other airlines had made any kind of demand apart from Air India. So they should stop playing victims in this kind of scenarios.
As the meeting concludes at PMO, big question remains. Can a private airline claim 4,000 crores from taxpayer funds and is using Chinese airspace a genuine operational need?
Afghanistan's Trade Minister Nuruddin Azizi will be on a 5-day India visit from today. He's going to be meeting, we're getting to know in breaking news coming in, his Indian counterpart Piyush Goyal. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, will officially be travelling to New Delhi. According to sources, a detailed discussion is going to be held during this trip on expanding trade relations and imports and exports between the two countries. The main objective of the trip is also said to be talks with Indian officials on diversifying trade routes for Afghan traders. Let me go across to Chandrakala joining us live on the story. Chandrakala, very crucial as Afghan Trade Minister is now in India. He's also going to be meeting Mr. Piyush Goyal. Take us through what's on the count line and what's going to be discussed.
Well, yes, absolutely. Weeks after the Afghan Foreign Minister Muttaqi visited New Delhi, now it's the Afghan Trade Minister who is in Delhi right now. Of course, he's here in India for a 5-day trip, and now what we are learning that he'll be meeting his counterpart, Minister Piyush Goyal, and also the fact that it comes at a very crucial time when, of course, Pakistan has closed all its border crossings as far as trade with Afghanistan is concerned. So yes, now the Taliban regime is looking to expand its trades relation with countries like India. So this is something very crucial because during the foreign minister visit also he has also very clearly mentioned that now India Afghanistan partnership is very crucial as far as trade and other sectors are concerned. So yes, this also comes at a time that Pakistan has kept its land border crossing with Afghanistan closed after the border clashes, which has impacted exports, as far as Afghan exports are concerned, especially in terms of fruits, dry fruits for that matter. So yes, a very crucial meeting is supposed to take place. He's slated to meet Minister Piyush Goyal. Also comes at a time when we know that various other trade deals are, we are eyeing on various other trade deals with the US. Of course, with the European Union for that matter, or the UK now. Yes, of course, the Trade Minister of Afghanistan is in New Delhi. He will be meeting Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, and various other meetings are also slated. Earlier today, he visited the India International Trade Fair held in Pragati Maidan, and he's now slated to meet Minister Piyush Goyal. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Chandrakala, for giving us those details. Now, viewers, there's also breaking news that's coming in. Bangladesh delegation to the 7th NSA level meeting of the Colombo Security Conclave was also led by the National Security Advisor, Dr. Khalilur Rahman, met with National Security Advisor in India, Mr. Ajit Doval, his team today in Delhi. They discussed key bilateral issues. He also invited our NSA to visit Bangladesh at his convenience. Remember, viewers, this is the bilateral meeting that has taken place. This is the first interface between the two NSAs in the midst of severe strains in relations between Dhaka and New Delhi in the wake of the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government on 5th August last year. Let me go across to Prem, who's joining us live on the story. Prem, the meeting has taken place even as contacts between the top leadership of India and Bangladesh since the interim government took power have been few and far between.
Bangladesh NSA Khalilur Rahman, along with his team, delegation has met NSA Ajit Doval today. This is amid the Colombo Security Conclave, which is going to take place tomorrow, where Ajit Doval will host the NSAs from other countries like Mauritius, Maldives and Sri Lanka. Remember, viewers, this comes amid Bangladesh Bangladesh former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been sentenced to death by the Bangladesh court, and this is really important because after the sentence, Bangladesh has... Hello?
Thank you, Prem, for giving us those details. Now, INS Saidri participated in the sea phase of exercise Malabar 2025 from 13 to 17 November. The 4-day high-tempo sea phase has also included anti-submarine warfare, visit board, search and seizure, gunnery firing, underway replenishment and cross-deck helicopter operations. In addition, sea riders will also exchange between participating ships to share best practices and to enhance mutual understanding. Now, men in green turned men in blue today as courage met pure sporting passion. During exercise Mitra Shakti, 11 Indian and Sri Lankan contingents stepped off the exercise area onto the cricket field, transforming the ground into a vibrant arena of camaraderie and brotherhood. What followed was a high-energy, friendly match where teamwork replaced tactics, with cheers abound. In those moments, it's not uniforms that define them, but the spirit of friendship. And coming up after a short break, US report exposes China's disinformation campaign. After Operation Sindhu, China used fake AI images to hinder the sales of French Rafale aircraft. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या
The infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Hi, this is Rajan Navani, Chairman and MD of the Jetline Group. Excited to be a part of the India Economic Summit being hosted by Republic Business, happening on 28th November at the Republic headquarters in Noida. See you at the summit.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight on this edition of This Is Exclusive, we put the spotlight on three major stories, starting with the fact that Chinese were essentially behind those fake images that you saw during Operation Sindoor. We'll get you all the latest details. The other big story that we've been tracking, the only network to expose Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar, raising questions as to why he does not figure in the FIR that has been named. And finally, a story that has been brushed under the carpet by every possible network in the country. This is about a Pakistani drug lord resurfacing. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to India remanded to 11-day NIA custody. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sale of French Rafale aircraft. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in the 300 crore rupees Pune land deal report submitted to Maharashtra government. Notorious Pakistani drug lord Haji Salim resurfaces in a case related to 2021 narco consignment seizure. Only on Republic TV we get you the latest details of what really happened in the Kerala High Court. Ladies and gentlemen, during Operation Sindoor, you may have essentially seen several images doing the rounds, particularly in social media platforms, none of them essentially verified, and most of it claiming that Rafale jets were downed. And the fact that it is the Chinese jets that have essentially given the face saver for the Pakistanis. Now, that was a lie that we have been saying all this while, but now it is also officially confirmed. Now, this is a report that has been submitted before the United States Review Committee. US-China Economic and Security Review Commission has accused China of orchestrating a propaganda effort after Operation Sindoor as per its grey zone attempts to use fake social media accounts that spread AI images of supposed debris from planes. The report lays the facts bare that Beijing opportunistically used the May clash between India and Pakistan to advertise the advanced technology of its weapons, useful in the context of its ongoing border tensions with India and its growing defense industry goals. On your screens right now, we're going to put out full details of this report and the chair, what is it that they've essentially wanted to say. On your screens, this is exactly what the review committee on China had to say with regards to China's disinformation campaign. In fact, they are quoting French intelligence to indicate the fact that there was a campaign that was started by the Chinese to basically ensure that Rafale's rates stocks really go down. And the fact that they are able to convince potential buyers about Chinese aircraft. Let me also now take you through some more details coming in, some more breaking news coming in on this entire story that is first broken by Republic TV. This is about Pakistan's use of Chinese weapons to down French Rafale fighter jets used by India. Now became a particular selling point for the Chinese embassy defense sale efforts. On your screens right now, this is exactly what the Chinese had to indicate. The Chinese embassy banked on Pakistan using their own weapons. Over the next couple of minutes, I'm also going to take you through instances where during Operation Sindoor, efforts were essentially made to lie on several aspects. Before I go across through all the elements that we have basically lined up for you to understand what exactly happened during Operation Sindoor, breaking this down is Group Captain Anant Mathur, a veteran Indian Air Force pilot who's joining us on this broadcast. Group Captain Mathur, it's now official. Citing French intelligence, you have had the review committee indicating the fact that there was a disinformation campaign that was started by the Chinese. We all knew here in India, but there were few people who still questioned it. How do you really look at this report which has now been made public?
Hi, good evening. So firstly, I want to tell you that this aspect is an important aspect of any statecraft which involves information warfare. And it is important for India to stay united against this kind of information warfare. Fault lines in India will be exploited by our adversaries, and China is one of them. And while this report pinpoints China, they were not the only people who were doing this information warfare against us. And we actually won on the physical battlefield, whose scars are visible till today at airfields and hangars in Pakistan. But to a certain extent, we did lose the information war. in certain areas, which is a lesson for us. We need to act much faster and quicker with more vigor all across the world. As far as Chinese are concerned, they were able to use this data. And if you remember, even the stock prices of Dassault fell down after this news broke through, which had no basis in reality. And it only took a few days for it to recover to the original stock value, because as the information warfare wound down, the reality came into play, and we were really able to showcase that while we had pictures of hangars with aircraft being destroyed by India, the hits on the airfields, the hits at Kirana Hills, they had nothing to show.
Group Captain Mathur, there is a pattern that we have essentially seen post Operation Sindoor. Now, I'm going to, take all of the disinformation campaign that was started by the Chinese. On your screens right now, Group Captain Mathur, I'm not too sure whether you can see this, but I just want to show this to all our viewers as to how exactly it all started. What is it that the Chinese were essentially doing? And now that the French intelligence have also been quoted by United States of America about how this was a selling point. They are calling this a selling point for the Chinese embassy, so that they could actually go and talk about their aircraft, the fighter aircraft, and the fact that they were able, supposedly, they were able to carry out precision strikes. Now, the fact of the matter is that not a single military installation took a hit in India. On your screens right now, starting from 7th of May, where the claim that was first made was Pakistan had shot down Rafale. It was an old unrelated crash photograph that was used. Then they also claimed that the Pakistani Air Force had bombed Srinagar Air Base. That was a 2024 video from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa that was used. Yet another claim that was made that another Indian jet was downed. This, in fact, was a MiG-29 aircraft crash picture that was used by the Pakistanis. Another claim that was made on May 7th itself, where they claimed that Indian jet was shot down near Bahawalpur, and in fact it turns out that it was a Mirage 2000 training crash that took place in February 2025. And then you have on 7th of May itself, where they claimed that Pakistanis had destroyed Indian brigade headquarters, completely fabricated. Group Captain Mathur, while I take our viewers through this entire pattern, I want you to help us understand why was it the need of the hour for the Pakistanis and Chinese? Why is it that the JF-35 was something that the Chinese couldn't have sold? Their missiles, if you really look at the PL-15 missiles, that too turned out to be a complete Chinese dud missiles. I want to go back with the graphics also while you try and help us understand that.
See, we have seen actually so many photographs which India has shown where PL-15 just ran out of fuel or just fell down in India, few of them completely intact. Has Pakistan been able to show any of the Meteor launches which were found intact on their side? Because all those hit their aircraft, but none of them hit our aircraft, and they were found lying in the fields, where even the fuse which is supposed to make the missile self-destruct did not work. Because when the missile reaches its end of the range and it does not find a target, then it is supposed to self-destruct to avoid this kind of a thing. And a few days later, of course, Indian DRDO picked up that missile and wanted to see what exactly is the capability which they can gauge, and it has been used to find these information out. This disinformation campaign is part of information warfare when hostilities break out, and is part of information warfare even when hostilities are not happening. Even today, you find that there are several bots and misinformation campaigns run across the world by adversaries. This is part of geopolitics. What we need to learn as a nation is not get taken in by this and don't start asking questions where none exist. And there is only one factor which we must consider, which is the government information which comes out, information which is given by the armed forces, information which is given by the government of India. because that is the absolute truth. And that is what needs to be believed.
Group Captain Mathur, I just want to take a quick question because I'm running out of time, but it's important because the timing when they were basically trying to sell this was also at a time when Chinese were trying to sell this to other countries. Is there anything that you can tell our viewers why it became imperative for the Chinese to try and ensure that Rafale was out of the market?
Indonesia has finally agreed to buy Rafale. So there are several countries which are evaluating aircraft. Indonesia comes to my mind immediately because that is a country which has now agreed to buy the Rafale. Chinese are trying to dissuade other countries to buy a Rafale by trying to showcase that Rafale does not work. And so the campaign was not really effective in that sense because ultimately Indonesia has agreed to buy the Rafale. However, this is the misinformation campaign, the aim of which is to sell Chinese equipment, apply disinformation so that Rafales need not be bought, because you don't only buy the aircraft, you buy the weapon systems that come along with it, you buy a multi-year contract for maintenance and servicing. And the aim was that those countries don't buy the Rafale but end up buying the Chinese J-35, which is still unproven, has not seen combat. The J-20 is, of course, a much inferior machine which the Pakistanis have. And they are threatening that they will make, they will sell these J-35s to Pakistan. Well, good luck to them.
Thank you very much, Group Captain Mathur, for putting this into perspective. A story that has now been picked up by others. And in fact, we give it to understand that the French embassy has also responded to the report that has just been published. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are getting to, a Republic investigation as far as the land scam is concerned in Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, the 300 crore Mundwa land scam that our Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's family, the crosshairs, has unearthed fresh details. His son, Parth, has walked free. Unnamed, unscathed, but three key players, a suspended sub-registrar, a business insider, and a power broker, face the full wrath of the law for greenlighting this ineligible government land grab as probe collides and the Chief Minister's committee gears up. Is this exoneration a clean slate or just the opening move in a bigger cover-up? Take a look at this report.
A three-member committee headed by Joint IGI Rajendra Muthe has submitted its report in the 300 crore rupees Mundwa land deal case. The land, 43 acres in Pune's upscale Mundwa area, is government-owned and could not legally be sold. Yet it was sold to Amadia Enterprises, a firm in which Parth Pawar, son of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, is a partner. The report spoke of irregularities in a plot valued at over 1800 crore rupees, sold for just 300 crores to Amadia Enterprises. The state later scrapped the deal, calling the violations serious and deliberate.
It is very surprising and shocking that the Inspector General of Police of Maharashtra formed 3 members committee to look into the involvement of this 300 crores rupees scam. When the ownership is belonging to Parth Pawar, 90%, the whole deal has taken place on behalf of his company, and there is a lot of other or lot of documents are there to show that they cannot bifurcate or separate Mr. Parth Pawar individually and the company separately.
But investigators say Parth's name does not appear on any document linked to the sale. As a result, the committee report makes no reference to Parth Pawar. Instead, the committee has indicted 3 people named in the FIR. Suspended Sub-Registrar Ravindra, Digvijay Patil, who is Parth Pawar's business partner, and Sheetal Tejwani, who held the power of attorney on behalf of the land sellers.
This committee has held accountable 3 personals only, those names mentioned in sold it. Now the question is, if someone is beneficiary from that land deal, why his or her name not mentioned in the report? Because we know that company which is involved in this Pune land scheme is Amedia Enterprise and is co-owned by Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar, and all details, all papers are there only, and till date, the Parth Pawar is the co-owner of that company. Parth Pawar was beneficiary by these deals. Why his name not came in this report? That's why this report is raising questions.
Sub-Registrar Taru is accused of using a skip option